Good morning. Sorry, I had to mute. Big ol' cat fight right as soon as I said good morning. We're like, fuck you, cat! Should be okay now, though. I chased one of them down the hall. So, good morning. We are going to try a first look at a game called Simple Rockets 2 today that was provided by the developers. So, I bought I think somebody gifted Simple Rockets 1 to me a long time ago. I may have bought it. But I never actually ended up getting a chance to try it. I didn't even remember that I had it until I was looking for this one so that I could execute it. Exit. I was trying to find the main menu. I was like, okay, this is where you start out at. And I had gone into, I think this option down here. Either build a new craft or, I don't know, something. But this is what they start you out with, so I haven't changed anything. Good morning, Ananin. Designer tool, flight tutorial, launch craft. Ooh. I can show you how to build a rocket. It'll only take about 10 minutes, but the knowledge will last a lifetime, and it'll be fun. A designer tutorial. So they do have kind of like a progression that you can go through. Nice. Yep, new game, Simple Rockets 2. We were asked by the developers to take a look at it today on the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing on the moon. Good morning, Tally. Well, let's just start with the first one. See where the buttons are. Welcome to the designer. First, let me show you how to make the move the view around. Rotate the view by left-clicking on the background and dragging. Go ahead and try. You got it. Keep rotating. Oh. Move the view around by right-clicking on the background and dragging. Now try moving the view by right-clicking. Oh, I see. I thought that I was rereading a previous message. I didn't notice the right-click part. Now let's reset the view back into the front of the rocket. Click the View Options button on the left. It's flashing green. So I see a lot of similarities here. We want to view front, right? Yeah. There we go. There's an Apollo 11 event in Astroneer. Very cool. You want to give it a shot halftime? It doesn't look too overwhelming, but I'm sure that'll change when we get out on the launch pad. This is a command pod, and it's the brain of your rocket. Try to keep it safe. Can't control your rocket without it. Okay. Let's start building. The first step is to add a fuel tank below the command pod. Open the part list by clicking on the button with the plus symbol. That one. Click on the structural category to find the part that we are looking for. So we have subassemblies, gizmos, descent, propulsion, and structural. And we want a tank. Let's see. Did I drag it? Yeah. I was clicking on it. Apparently, click and drag. Now we need to resize the fuel tank to match the desired size, which is flashing green. Yes, we are going to make 2 simple rockets. Now let's connect a small engine to this fuel tank. Engines draw fuel from the fuel tanks directly above them. Click on the propulsion category to find the part we are looking for. Propulsion? We got Pixie engines, Mage engines, Apex, Titans, Dragons, solid rocket motors, ion engines, jet engines, and an inlet, which suck in hot air for jet engines. Make sure the front of the inlet isn't blocked by other parts because that can obstruct its airflow. Well, that makes perfect sense. We'll drag over a Pixie. Now let's connect the an interstage. Splits the rocket into multiple stages, but more on that later. What do you mean more on that later? Like, we're doing it. It's happening right now. In English, yes. Let's add another larger fuel tank below the inner stage. Okay, good idea. We can do that. And then want me to make it bigger. I like the way they think. I'm just grabbing stuff and trying to go a little faster, though. Now I want to try flying it. Gizmos, I'm assuming? Go and add side boosters, but first we need to add side interstage that I can connect to. Nope, structural. Okay. And how do I enable symmetry? I'm assuming I don't want just one. Feel like we've missed something. Add another engine. Okay. Wait, what? Right-click and drag the rocket engine we added earlier to clone it. Oh, okay. Instead of having to even find another piece. Let's add a nose cone to help reduce drag. Makes sense? Now we can enable symmetry mode on this part so we can duplicate our work over to the other side. Click on the side interstage part, select it. It's flashing blue. Oh, okay. Mirrored symmetry. Very nice. Cycle through the modes until you get to radial times 2. Great, now close the symmetry panel by clicking the X in the top left. Okay. Solar panels are fun. Let's add some of those. Alright, let's. Got him. Let's enable symmetry mode on the solar panel array. Okay. Wait. Oh, I already had it selected. To duplicate our work on the other side of the rocket, cycle through the modes until you get to radial times 2. Okay. Like many other parts, the solar panel array is highly customizable. Click the Part Properties button on the left. Neato. Change the row size to 1. We just want 1 row of panels. Oh, we want 3 panels, but 1 row. Yeah, that wrong slider. And change the rows to 4. Okay. Good morning, Flip. No, this was made by the Jundroo Studio. I don't know if I'm saying that right at all. Jundroo. And they were the guys that provided us with a copy of it to try out today. Like many other parts, solar panel array is highly customizable. Great, now close the panel. Okay. Can doodly do. One last step before we call it a day. Let's look at the staging for this rocket. Staging just means the order that parts are activated. Stage 1 activates first, followed by stage 2, etc. Typically, your big engines should activate first and burn up their fuel when they're empty. Use interstages to jettison them and lighten the load for the later stages. Click the Staging Editor button on the left. Okay, normally staging is calculated automatically, but sometimes you need to rearrange things. I purposely messed up the staging for this rocket, so we'll need to fix it. Pixie engine should not turn on until after the large boosters have jettisoned. To do this, we need to move it to the last stage. Left-click on stage 1 to expand it. Engines. So you... Let's see, that'll be separation. I think it goes to 3, right? Oh, I need to add a stage. Okay. Close it. Oh dear. Was that loud? Did that seem a little too loud? Excellent, you built a multi-stage rocket. You should check out the flight tutorial next to learn how to fly this masterpiece. Oakley dokley. Flight tutorial. I can show you how to fly a rocket from the designer tutorials. All the way from blast off to orbit. Cool. He's got a lot of confidence in us. Let me show you how to get this craft into orbit. I may pause the game periodically, so you'll have time to adjust the controls. Press the tab key to show the navigation sphere. Ooh. Instead of a nav ball, we get a nav sphere. And how do I lock my view onto this? I'm going to choose the command pod and center on it. Okay. Let me show you how to get the craft into orbit. Gotcha. Enter to enable heading lock. Okay. Nav sphere controls your craft's heading. When a heading lock is enabled, your craft will always try to point toward the blue triangle. The white cone is the direction your craft is currently pointing. Okay. Prepare for blast off. Press and hold left shift to throttle up to 100%. Gotcha. Press the P key to unpause the game and continue. Press the space key to activate your first stage. This will ignite your engines. Oh, we're doing it. Why aren't we firing the center engine? Because we don't have fuel lines, that's why. I got it. Now, oh god. I was trying to... Oh, that's not it. How do I rotate my view? Oh shit. Nope, nope, nope. Negative. Nope. Okay. We're fine. It's fine. Hi, Paula. Time to start a gravity turn so we can start building up lateral speed while we climb. Click and drag it anywhere on the blue nav circle until your pitch is set to 75. There we go. Oh, that's close enough. Turn the throttle down so we don't lose too much speed from high drag forces. Press and hold left control to throttle back to 60. Continue like this until your altitude is about 5 kilometers. Press the P key to unpause the game and continue. I wonder... Is it because I centered my camera on that? Okay, there, I've undone it. Pause it again. Like, I want to be able to rotate around the craft. It's not right click. Oh shit, it's definitely not that. Oh dear. I don't know how to do it. Middle mouse click makes, like, the most useless feature. Am I... Alright, I'm gonna vomit. Well, I guess I'm fucked. I guess we're just gonna look at it from this angle forever. Okay. Adjust your gravity turn to help increase your lateral speed. Is that 45? Uh-oh. Oh, okay, now I can see it. I was gonna say it used to say it up here, but since I can't change my fucking view... Oh, wait, maybe I can at least... Here, there we go. There's gotta be a way. Okay, it's definitely not shift. I don't know why they even thought it might be. Continue like this until your altitude is about 15 kilometers. We need a lot of lateral speed to get into orbit. Gotcha. We're getting there. We're at about 12 kilometers now. Let's see. In-flight map view. Settings. Controls. Not actually seeing what I need. See the nav sphere, lock heading, okay. Toggle translation mode, gotcha. That's all navigation stuff. There's nothing in camera look. So I'm wondering if camera look isn't something different. I'm with you so far, Longfellow. I have no idea what the hell these do. Buttons. Okay. Well, let's keep climbing. 15K. Adjust your gravity turn for even more lateral speed. Okay. Down to 30%. Atmosphere is thinner, so we're going to go back up to full throttle. Good morning, Airborne. Now it's time to activate the next two stages, which will jettison those empty fuel tanks and then start your next engine. Oakley dokley. Can I stage in pause? Like if I hit space now and then unpause? No. Now let's take a look at the map view. Press the M key to enter the map view. Ooh. What? Okay, so I can left click to... See, this is all I wanted. When it came to our rocket, I'll try it again. Maybe I'm just real sleepy or something. What can we see from here? We can see a moon. We can see the sun. And a shitload of dust. Oh. Oh, never mind. Same moon. Same moon. We're fine. Nice. I like it. Several different biomes. Interesting. So the blue cone is your craft, and the blue line is your predicted trajectory or orbit. The green arrow is your apoapsis, which is the highest point along your orbit. Select fast forward in the top right to speed things up. That seems like a terrible idea. Okay. Wait until your AP is 125 kilometers. but I want to see the view. You're not my real dad, game. I want to see the view. Okay. Map mode it is. It's like automatically pausing it like, no, you listen. Listen, stupid. Awesome. Now I need to kill the engines and wait. Press the X key to kill your throttle immediately. Ah. But I have to go back into the map view. Wait until we're 30 seconds from AP to do our next burn. Select time warp in the upper right to really speed things up. Okay. It says while we're waiting, I just wanted to say thank you for playing our game. Nice, we can leave map view. It sucks though, I really wanted to watch the ascent. Next we need to heading lock to our prograde. Prograde just means the direction the craft is moving. This will ensure we burn efficiently as we reach the peak of our orbit. Click the green cone, that one, on the nav sphere to lock your heading to prograde. Okay. Oh, I'm just stupid. Oh shit. There's not a whole lot of room to click on outside of the craft there. Let's see if I can get this back into the center. There we go. Just gotta keep my mouse off to the side and I can rotate. See, I wanted to get a view of us taking off. Get the lay of the land, if you will. What a tiny little planet. I wonder how the size compares to Kerbin and JNSQ and to a real solar system. So we should be on heading lock. Press and hold left shift to throttle up to 100%. Okay. Can do. Continue like this until your engine runs out of fuel. Good deal. Let's do this. I do like the look of it. Alright. Get rid of that empty fuel tank. Buy empty fuel tank. Start up our last engine. We're almost there. Now we need to burn until the orange periapsis arrow shows up. Periapsis is the lowest point in our orbit, and we want it to be well above the atmosphere. M key to enter the map view. Okay. Zoom out a little further, it says. A little further? A little further. That's pretty far. Okay. We're almost there. Press the P key to unpause the game. Alright. I wonder what's gonna happen. So we want a PE of about 100 kilometers. Okay. You did it. Now kill your engines. Press the X key to kill throttle immediately. Activate those fancy solar panels. Press the P key to unpause the game and continue. How do I activate my panels? Alright then. We have solar panels. You did it! We can retry. Should we retry? I don't know, a lot of the hotkeys are very similar to Kerbal Space Program. So that helps. But I'm not sure how I feel about those circles, to be honest. Launch a craft in Sandbox. Ready to launch? Give this craft a flight name and click launch. Flight name tutorial sounds awesome. So now can we actually watch it launch? Oh, nice. It has a recenter button. I hadn't noticed that. Okay. Throttle up. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Pause it. Okay. I was gonna just try to do it without the, without using the circles. I don't think it was designed for that, honestly. I think we really want to rely on autopilot. And I can't see my heat. What is this? Ooh, sliders. I feel like we're going way too fast. I could be wrong. Definitely beautiful game though. Like the landscape and everything looks really fantastic. Practice makes perfect. Very true, very true. So I wonder where the upper atmosphere ends. But speed up. I know, planets are supposed to be flat. What's going on here? My immersion. I'm looking for my AP. Do I have to go to fucking map view to see it? Almost there. We're gonna go to 125 because that's what they had us do last time. It's a wee bit clunky. It's not bad though. Flat and hollow inside, yeah. For sure. This is gonna be a nasty orbit. Ooh, it's got maneuver nodes. How wonderful. Now I need a mod to give me more options for my maneuver nodes. And where do I get my maneuver node information from? Are we in space? Looks like we're in space. So how do I tell it to execute? Or, oh, plan burn, accuracy high, arrival time 3.4 minutes. DV required 549 meters a second, burn time of 40 seconds. Warp to the next node. Toggle to have a player craft perform an auto burn when the burn node is approached. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. Happy Apollo Moon Landing Day, Tofu. Have fun at work, dude. Should we just warp to it? Get it. Just take a deep breath to find out if you're in space. Trial and error. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Okay, down here. 180. Yeet. Yeet. If you can't breathe, then you're in space. Or at least high enough. If you asphyxiate, you're definitely at a higher elevation. Ooh, I like its flight computer. Did a pretty good job. 179 and 184. I should have compared how much fuel we had going lateral so aggressively in the tutorial to switching over to horizontal mid and using like a 30 degree to get our AP to where it was. Switch it over to horizontal, burning out our fuel, and then circularizing at AP with the maneuver node. Because I don't remember if we... Right now we're down to 65% of our fuel remaining. I don't remember what we had before. So I don't think we have enough fuel to do anything with this, but... Oh, what do we got? Mo planets, mo problems. Are we the closest planet to the sun? Are those asteroids? Or are they just, camera effects? Huh. Try re-entry? I don't recall putting any parachutes on this. But okay. We'll see what happens. I like how the tools perform. I think they did a really good job with that. Although I would like to be able to enter this information step by step, like have an actual readout with, prograde, retrograde, normal, anti-normal, all that good stuff. Let's try that. So you automatically do it, and we'll just time warp over to it. Let's see what happens. We should be burning retrograde right now. I'm gonna have the craft go ahead and pivot upward. And we'll get rid of the lower stage. Do I not? I don't have a stage for that. Oh shit. Okay. Lock on retro then. We should not be doing this. Let's go ahead and pull in our solar panels. Get ready to die. I mean, they definitely were true to form when it comes to the name. Like, these... there's a very simplified process of putting together whatever you want and, going out and doing stuff. I think one of the biggest differences... I mean, this looks better. Honestly. Like, for a stock default skin of a map, planet should look this good in KSP. Seriously. But I didn't see, like, space station parts. I like the versatility of the way that you put things together in KSP compared to this a little bit more. It's gonna take a little bit of getting used to the circle thing, too. And we haven't even tried out, like, docking or anything. I don't know if it's possible to even do multiple flights. This might be just, you know, one flight at a time. Which definitely does, like I said, stay true to the name. I mean, they are simple rockets, right? Why did everything slow down on me? Maybe I was in time warp before. Oh, it only has 2-time physics warp. Which is okay. I love how smooth it is, too. Like, it takes a little getting used to the camera controls, as we saw before. Definitely like the look of it, though. Beautiful. So there's upsides, and there's downsides. When you compare it to Kerbal Space Program. I want to go visit the moon. This re-entry is going to take fucking forever. Should we help it? We don't have parachutes, so this is going to be a bad ending. I was going to go ahead and separate, but don't really have that option. And I'm not seeing, like, suicide burn. We have no monoprop. But apparently it does have monoprop, so maybe that is an option. We're still at 2-times physics warp. Hover slam. That's right. Hoping we have enough fuel. And then I want to see here. If I go to max, oh yeah, we're good. Our maximum thrust to weight ratio at the moment at 40% fuel is 2, so. Of course, we're heading for water. So that's no good. Down to 14 kilometers, 13, 12. Elephant, 10. Doing great, little rocket. Getting used to where all of our information is going to take me a second, too. Oh no, I ran out of fuel at 500 meters. Ah! Oh, we're fine. We're fine. I have no idea, Tylen. Literally no idea. And flight. No, definitely true, Paula. This is with no mods or anything, and is this in early access still? I forgot to even look. I think it might be. Ooh, it's 20% off right now. Yeah, totally early access. First release on Steam was November 8 of last year. They're on version 0.7.3. Oh, it does. Didn't even notice that. In the upper right, it tells me everything. I didn't need to Google it. Okay. Launch craft and sandbox. Got it. Build a craft by snapping parts together. You can build rockets, rovers, airplanes, or anything you want. Okay. Max thrust. Build a rocket that can exceed a speed of 750 meters a second before it reaches an altitude of 2 kilometers above ground level. Must fly straight up. If you drift sideways more than 100 meters, then you'll fail this challenge. 100 kilometer altitude. Build challenge. Build a rocket that can reach an altitude of 100 kilometers above sea level. Low flyer. Fly a rocket as far as you can without going above 5 kilometers and without touching the ground. Must fly more than 50 kilometers in order to pass. Don't worry about landing safely. Go as far as you can and do a spectacular crash landing. Given a small rocket with very little fuel, and you must fly this rocket as far as you can. You have to travel at least 15 kilometers to win. Atmospheric drag can really slow you down, but that drag decreases quickly as you gain altitude. Low orbit challenge, medium, polar orbit build challenge, a timed orbit. See how quickly you can achieve an orbit around Drew. Your periapsis must be at least 100 kilometers for your orbit count, and you have 5 minutes from launch. Very, very soft water, yes. Our rocket is made of salt. It's fine. Starting in orbit around Drew. The ocean is completely salt, too. With a small rocket, you must make your way back to Drew and parachute safely on the ground. Do a retrograde burn to bring your orbit into the atmosphere, then land safely. Ooh. Let's take a look. Is Drew the name of the homeworld? No. Maybe. Yes. Okay. All I saw was white. I was like, I don't know what the hell we're over. So we're supposed to land. Does this one have chutes? That's kind of what I tried, like, on that last one. I'm gonna pick a different one. Oh, it was parachute landing. Okay. Escape. Launch from Drew and achieve escape velocity so that your orbit becomes hyperbolic. Level ends once you leave Drew's sphere of influence. And you must use less than 60 kiloliters of fuel to win. Okay. Luna orbit. Hope you like a challenge. You must blast off from Drew, make your way to Luna, get into a stable orbit around it using less than 50 kiloliters of fuel. Periapsis must be at least 25 kilometers for your orbit to count. Luna punch. Get to Luna as fast as you can. Don't worry about landing. The timer stops whenever you smash into the surface of Luna. You have 10 hours to accomplish your mission. Yeah, I'm not sure. Since we don't really have any information to go off of, I really don't know. I think for the most part, we could pretty much stick with this design and just enhance. Move tools, staging editor, symmetry tool. Oh, here we go. Add part. Let's take a look at our parts options. Multi-directional RCS, RCS nozzle, landing gear, gyroscope. Allows attitude control without thrust, but uses electricity. We do have rover wheels. Test dummy. A human-like device that can be used to monitor the safety of your crafts. A rotator. A small motor that can rotate parts. And a hinge rotator. Electric motor. It does have docking ports. Shocks are useful when you want to soften an impact with terra firma. And then it also has pistons. Solar panels, solar panel arrays. Command pod, command chip, compact and lightweight alternative to using a command pod for controlling the craft. Fuel adapter makes it easier to connect engines to odd places on fuel tanks. So I don't see fuel lines. Hey, look at that, parachute. I feel like we should have one of those. Fins, landing legs, wings. We already looked over the engines pretty well. Structural, fairing, bases. I kind of like that, the way that they set that up. Cargo bays, heat shields. Ooh. How do I rotate you, though? Okay, it automatically happened. What do we got? Struts, blocks, nose cones, fuel tanks, side interstage, got that heat shield in there, structural panels. So, it looks like I have to deadlift the center stage from what I'm seeing here. Detachment force, mass, action group. Okay. Fuel line. Let's test it. Let's also reconnect that to that. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bad day. Allows connected engines to search this part, and it's connected parts for fuel tanks. How do I adjust fuel flow? Oh, okay. Don't think I want it there. Don't think I want it there. I think I want it here. Fuel line. I forgot to change my staging. So what I'm testing here is whether these two tanks will now feed into this tank and we can separate from these. Can we do asparagus staging? That edit though. Yeah, I don't think I have an unlurk though. Like a welcome back. I think once you lurk, you're always lurked. I'm really just looking to burn through all this fuel, so it doesn't really matter what we do here. Okay, so just the right-click menu on the part that you want the fuel lines to feed into, and you select fuel line. Sure. And if you want, I can just cut and paste it real quick in there. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, so a couple of little changes. These solar panels are huge, and I don't know how much I like that. I was thinking about getting rid of them, but they'll be able to track, and a static solar panel won't. Whoop. Oh, I think the slash is backwards. I think it's gotta be a forward slash, doesn't it? Outside of that, though, because I don't know what the hell else to do about it. Parts, gizmos. I mean, we do have static solar panels, but then we have to have the side of our vessel facing toward the sun. Yeah, maybe just won't bother with that. Oh, actually with the... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I don't want a motor. Whoopsie. You go there. Crap, I forget. How do we center our view? There we go. I was gonna throw an RTG, and that just kind of looked like an RTG. Am I tripping? Did we not have RTGs? We do, I don't see it in here. I could have swore that I saw something that generated power, but maybe it was just that part. Nope, I don't see one. Okay, so, let's see, we want to race to the moon. So I think we want 4, we want to extend the center stage, we want the bottom of this one to be a more efficient engine. Powerful engine that can be used for takeoff and orbiting. Not a great choice for landing on moons. Low power engine useful for second stages and landing on small planetary bodies. Apex is heavy, expensive, and drinks RP1 like there's no tomorrow. But it will have the power to get even your most poorly engineered contraptions into space. Now we're talking. Power and efficient engine uses methyl oxide staged combustion chambers. And a Dragon engine, a highly efficient nuclear thermal engine. Warning, do not lick. Well, we definitely don't want an ion engine. We shouldn't need a jet engine. Solid rockets, maybe. Trying to decide if I want to get rid of these, and I do think that we do. I think that that one can go. Do I want this one here? Let's see, and we also don't need a fuel line to this anymore. Oh, nice, there we go. Wait, okay. Can I switch fuel types, or does it choose the fuel type based on what I connect to it? I think it might. Now we're talking. Look at the sheer size of it. Oh, nice, and it'll recenter itself as I make these bigger. Okay, so back into parts. The apex. Oh, baby. Whoop, nope, you stay. You stay. So I need a structural part. I need an interstage. Nya. Another tank. Nya. Oh, nice, it automatically connected. Cool. You guys come on down there. I'm looking for TWR. Thrust to weight ratio of 70. So maybe we don't need size stacks. I must be reading that wrong, because I just made this tank humongous compared to what it was. TWR still says 70. Here we go, starting thrust to weight ratio, 0.87. It'll end at 3. Yeah, the camera is, I don't know, a little finicky. A wee bit finicky. Oh, it's got both interstages in here, okay. I was really confused. Apex, then interstage. Wait a minute. Which one are you? Oh. I still did a bass backwards. That goes there. Interstage. Next engine. Interstage. Final engine. Interstage. Then parachute. Parachute, rocket engine, interstage, check. I'm looking for that extra interstage though. There she is. Okay, I think we got the basics here. That's true, we don't need to shoot, but I do want to try it out before we actually go there. Oh, my thrust away ratio is far lower than I thought it was going to be. We started out at sub 1.1. Well, I don't want that. Yeah, let's go fix that. Sorry, I don't know where anything is. And I only barely know what I'm doing. Massive thunderstorm coming? Oh no. Don't want a nuclear engine. I also have to make sure that they're using the same fuel type, so maybe just the same engine but smaller? And aerodynamic surface on the top of it, maybe? No problem. We will be here. Check on them kitties. I got going today. I was like, good morning, and then huge cat fight right behind me that I had to go break up. Bastards. I want... Where did we go? Well, okay, we'll work on staging first. 4 engines plus... this guy. Where are you at? It would be really nice if I hovered over the part, if it would tell me where it is. Then the decouplers on the sides. Okay. We'll get rid of the parachute. I don't think we'll put a nose cone on it or anything. I think it'll be fine just without it. There. Okay. So where the hell was I? Oh, gotta click on that. Analyze performance. Okay. Throttle it full. It's still lower than I had hoped, but should do. I don't like how I put them on at kind of an angle. This tank needed to connect over here. Oh dear. I don't actually know if I'm heading directly to the east now. No. Well, that's a bit of a waste of efficiency. Don't flip. No flipping. Don't do it. Nice, we're down to under 50% throttle. So we want to get to the moon as fast as possible. That was kind of our mission for this. That is what I'm hoping. Let's get our orbit info up. AP's at 38K. Alright. Tempted to lay over further, but I'm worried. I love the look, though. They're like, God damn it, finally. No, I need to say at least somewhat positive. So, go ahead and just adjust back up to prograde. So we have our AP up at 80K. We're at 55 kilometers, so it shouldn't need to throttle back anymore. I'm just gonna push AP up a little bit higher and then we'll lay over. And we'll see how staging goes too. At this altitude, I would think that we would be okay though. Let's lay over horizontal. Good. Oh dear. Oh, okay. We kind of clipped through that that upper booster there. We're just gonna go full throttle. This is a big old rocket. Alright, cut throttle. Let's see if we can use this same engine to circularize. Actually, let me get rid of that one to make sure that I'm at AP. Oh, I had accidentally created 2 maneuver nodes. We'll see how she does. And we're gonna leave a monstrous empty tank up here in orbit too. It's gonna be great. Alright, so orbit we got. Now we gotta get over to the moon. And we need to do it as fast as possible. Can I select a target so that I can get ascending and descending node information? Nope. So I'm just gonna have to eyeball it, I guess. Shut up. I got an encounter. So I want to hit it around the equator, and just to eyeball that, our second orbit should be basically the same, should be flat. If we've got any kind of an angle, then I'm hitting it high or low. And it looks like I'm hitting it high. So I'm going to adjust downward and try to even that out. Might be doing it wrong. Screw it, let's just try it. We're gonna have a stage in the middle of this maneuver. We're not gonna have enough fuel in the big guy there. So we'll see if it factors that in too. Just gotta splat into the moon. Yeah, but I want to hit it like in the middle. Hello? Oh no. I can't see a damn thing, so I have no idea what just happened. Well then. Like, I literally can see nothing. Oh, I got rid of the wrong stage. You frickin'... Whoops. Yeah, not only that, we want to splat into the moon hard, right? Because it's a race. Is there anything that I want to change outside of the staging? I don't think so. I've messed something up in here. So ignite all 5 engines, get rid of our side stacks, then we separate, and then we should have activated that engine. Oh. It wasn't the staging. I staged too many times. Okay. It was totally my fault, not the staging at all. We only get 10 minutes, okay. And I'm also not so sure, I think I adjusted our angle inappropriately. Our azimuth on the last test launch too, or on the last try, attempt launch. So I want to try not to do that this time. Good morning, 6. Throttling back to maintain a thrust to weight ratio of around 1.5 to 1.7, but I am letting it max out at about 2 since we have so much fuel. And then once it gets to pretty close to 2, I'm throttling back. It's not too bad. I think that it does a lot of things its own way that just are going to take some time to get used to. But so far I do like it. I don't really know if I like it more than KSP. I definitely like the look of it better than KSP, to be honest. Like, the engine plumes are fantastic. The landscape is amazing. And it is still in fairly early access, like very early access. So I could see this turning into a hell of a good game. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I throttled way too far back. Nope, as far as putting your rocket together, that thing is totally unique to this one. Then the use of the flight computer for pitch, roll and all that, that I've never seen something like this before. But I think it could grow on you. Like, I don't really have any problem with it. It's just, it was a little finicky at first because I couldn't figure out how the hell to move the camera. I thought that anywhere that I left-clicked would change this since it takes up so much of the screen. And so I didn't realize that I just have to click, you know, off to the sides here and then I can rotate. So that was a little clunky for me. Otherwise, though, I mean, it all works as intended. Like, it doesn't do a bad job of anything that it's doing. Well, I was going to try to pull AP down, but I don't think I'm going to bother. Because I'd push it out so damn high. So, let's see, where are we at in relation to the moon? Whew. I'm tempted to not even try to go for an orbit. Curious here. I'll need to adjust my angle. And since we're in a race, I want to hit it on the upside there. So what I'm looking is, if I were to just invest like all of our DV, where would I need to point to be able to get an encounter? Right there. Okay, so that's going to require 5,000 meters a second of DV. How do I see how much I have in total? Okay, so I can see my stages DV, and we're at 1,852 right now. I might do it. Let's try. We're just gonna maintain our heading. We're basically looking to go up. Yeah, you're not kidding, man. The maneuver nodes, I like them. A little bit of polish, a little bit of extra options for the maneuver nodes would be welcome for sure. But as far as looks, like, they certainly nailed it. Okay, now I have 2,500 meters a second of DV on this stage. So do I have another 2,000-ish on the final stage? Can we splat this moon? Let's see how well it does under time warp. Well, it's only 2 times physics warp, so it's doing pretty well. A lot of this is going to ride on that final stage, though, and how much total DV it has. Oop, didn't mean pause. Oh, it's got slow motion, too. Very cool. I have just under 2,000 meters a second of DV. So, we're talking about somewhere around 4,000 meters a second of DV that we can actually use for the second maneuver. So this one might be a fail. Yeah, we're gonna fall just a little bit short from the looks of it. Yeah, I missed. We're gonna get there, and the moon's gonna be a little bit ahead of us. Well, I think we have decoupling forced here. But then I would lose my solar panel, so I guess I don't want to stage this. I was gonna ditch this because I have a little tiny interstage in there. That would give us just a little bit more, a little tiny bit more lift. Gonna get there just a little too late, though. Bye, moon. Do we get a good view of it? At least? Aw, we're on the opposite side of it. We're on the back side of it, so we don't get a good view. We just burn our corneas. Looking at the sun. Okay. Leave that. It does look promising. I don't know, one of the things the Kerbal Space Program has going for it is definitely the character of the game. So I think it would be, I don't want to say impossible, but very, very, very unlikely that another space game would actually be a KSP killer. You know? Because even if another game did everything better, I think the character of the game takes the game quite a ways. And that one's definitely got it. I was going to even out those nozzles, and they were also off at a bit of an angle. So I know now that I've got about 4,000 DV in this stage, and we can try it again. Can I save this, though? Oh, okay, you have 10 hours to complete your mission. Okay. Because I saw time going, and I was thinking that you had 5, like, real-time minutes, so time work was going to be very important for that, but we have 10 hours. I'm not going to change anything on the vessel. Yeah, there's definitely all of that going for KSP too, but this isn't such early access. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you did get astronauts eventually. I don't know if it's actually on the roadmap or a planned feature. I would think so, though. God damn it. Did I just move that again? Stay over to the east. I did not mean to do that. Okay, velocity and performance. Orbits. Velocity, actual velocity, doesn't matter as much to me as TWR, maintaining TWR. So I'm gonna just close that. Well, I mean, it's really easy for us to compare things to KSP or to other space games, but how many of them out there really do what both of these games do? And if you compare them just based purely on their own merits, like, the games are very different. The looks-wise, I mean, this is already beating KSP, and it's in version 0.7 or something, like. So if you can use the version number, anything like Dwarf Fortress does it. This is maybe 70% of the base work done so far, you know? And there's nothing saying that that's actually what the version numbers are implying. I would imagine if somebody were to throw good ideas at them, at the development studio, and they, you know, thought it would make the game better, that they would extend production and go ahead and add it, you know? That's what they do. And that's usually why a game is in early access, too. I think it's too young to really compare it to KSP as far as, like, is it better? I don't think it's a very fair comparison. I think they're going for slightly different things anyway, but it's really difficult to say. And when we do compare it to KSP, we should also be comparing it to stock KSP. So if you were to take Kerbal Space Program at version 0.7, that would be a much fairer comparison, without mods or anything like that. But you do have to give KSP extra points for the fact that even in 0.7 it did have a very extensive collection of mods available. Yeah, baby, it's going pretty good. We figured out how to get to orbit, now we're trying to smash into the moon. And it's going a little smoother. It's getting a little better each time. We'll go ahead and throttle up, get our time to AP out. We're at 75 seconds to AP right now. Push it up to a couple of minutes. Just to make sure that we have enough time to put in our maneuver node and everything. Wait, should we go for the moon again? I think we should. So before we reach AP, somewhere in here, Because if we wait until AP, then we have more of a correction for our angle that we have to perform. So somewhere before AP, we want to start aiming it upward, and we want to put in around 4,000 DV total, so that we can get there as fast as possible. Land on the sun? That would take a lot of DV. And a long, long time. Nope. Nope. Wait, what? Why? Hey. Hey. Aw, man. I wonder if I just got too close to it. Not sure. So I think I will go for an orbit then. I think it's worth the time delay. And that way, instead of spending so much DV to adjust our angle, we can devote it all to speed. That's close enough. This is way more engine than we should be using to circularize with, but that's okay. Alright. So we know that we're going to have 4K Delta B. So the first step is going to be to invest all 4K. And then we reposition the maneuver node to determine when we need to burn. With all due respect, Lucius, I'm gonna go fast. So how do I move the maneuver node? Because last time I tried to click on this, it didn't appreciate it. Oh no, can I not move the fucking maneuver node? Oh, wait. Did that do it? I think that did it. Okay. So I just gotta click on this thing. That is what we want. I'm gonna aim for the furthest extreme for it too, and try to account for the delay between stages. Because we have to stage manually. Boarding the auto burn with 0 DV. Heh. Since I have 13% fuel left. Oh, I must have accidentally added an additional maneuver node in there. Okay, that's fine. Abort the shit out of that. We don't want that one. We want this one. Boom. And we can actually kind of see the rocket this way too. So that part worked out a little bit better as well. Halfway done with work, baby cakes. I could have gone an extra 500 meters a second of DV, but this will leave us a little bit left over for adjusting for deviation. In case I screwed a pooch. Oh, we should probably put our solar panels out too, eh? Eh? Eh. We like power. No, the 4,000 that we're relying on is just the fuel that was in the 2 upper stages. I needed to know exactly how much I had in this stage, and then there's another little tiny stage with a more efficient engine on the top of that one. So we have about 2,500 DV in the bottom tank, and we have 1,900 in the upper tank. So we cut off some of that so that we can speed up and course correct. But I didn't see a readout of like how much DV I had in every stage, so that was why we had to do that one test flight there. Did I not activate you? I could have swore that I did. Shit, I did. Was the maneuver done? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I didn't have... I don't know, where can I tell, like... if the engine's activated or not? I didn't see any fuel in there, though. So I didn't know if I had activated it. It should have automatically... I don't know, maybe it did have it. That sucks. Oh, okay, down here it says stage end. So I guess that would have told me what stage I was in. I need to pay more attention down here. We're gonna fly past it. We may as well take a look, though. Because we should be flying past the front of it, so we should get a hell of a good look. But I am gonna fail. I didn't actually encourage a collision. Oh, another good thing that we'll get out of this is, what's our total travel time? Because we have 10 hours to get there. So we're at 53 minutes into the mission right now. Why did it kick me out of Time Warp? Probably because I ran out of power and everybody inside died. Oh, nope, there we go. They've had my fingers on the wrong keys. Wow, so we're gonna get there in about 3 hours. That's how fucking close I was. If I hadn't staged that extra one, could have just adjusted angle and then burned for it to cut that time down even lower. Nice looking moon, though. Hi, moon. Bye, moon. Okay, so retry, and then I want to look in the settings. Where the hell do I find the quick save? Does this have quick save and quick reload at all? Controls. Time warp pause, map view. F5 and F8. I'm just gonna make it F9. Last attempt, I think we got it. I think we could even scale this up and we could go directly to the moon on launch. I think that may have actually been the intention. Because of where we take off from. Like, the moon should be relatively up above us. I can't see where it is, though. I keep catching myself like staring off into the distance, admiring the textures and the landscape. I really like that part. And we do have landing gear, so another thing that we could do is we could probably go and and design an actual lander and touch down on the moon if we wanted to. But I think the next logical step is to try and get out to another planet. Get a look at what else we got going on out there. For something that we just threw together quick and dirty, though, it's doing okay. Oh, I didn't notice the percentage bar. So I thought we still had more burn to go. I'd expected to use more of the fuel in the final stage. I'm gonna try to aim for the, I don't know, the part of the moon that's the closest to the sun, too, that's most exposed, so that we can get a good look. Because it is very difficult to see. So external lighting would be kind of nice. But what are you gonna do, right? We could probably just lay over horizontal, couldn't I? Digging the engine plume for sure. Bye-bye. It seems like the way that you set these up, auto staging could also be a feature. Maybe something for them to add at some point. Oh shit. I was hitting Z, I'm like, why is my throttle not cutting? Because Z does not cut throttle. Hopefully I didn't waste too much fuel. Nope, we're good. Quick save is currently disabled. You prick. How rude. How do I move you? There we go. So we have a collision there, and I want to aim for out in front. The same exact thing that we did last time, but intentionally this time, because we'll use the rest of our fuel in that stage to correct. And I want to mostly burn toward it and cut down that time it'll take to get us there. I'm actually going to move this a little bit further. So there's collision, somewhere right in there. And then we'll adjust angle and speed. Even better view this time since I'm in a higher orbit. Where's that progress bar? For the maneuver node. Oh, I only have it in map view? Okay, that's fine. Just checking how much fuel I had left in that tank, so that I know about when I need to stage. That really sucks that I can't auto-save, though. So the first part of the mission is fairly routine at this point. It's just getting used to the maneuver node system. And the lack of lighting. Yeah, it's kind of nice, isn't it, 6? Definitely makes for a smoother, smoother build. 91% out of fuel. Okay, just double checking this time. Try to not fuck it up. That'd be nice. So we need enough time to be able to put in the next maneuver. It is going to add a little bit to our total travel time, but somewhere out here, about 5 minutes from now, then we want to do an additional burn. We have 1,500. Wait a minute. Stage DV 1,500 meters a second. Okay. Let's get our solar panels out too. So if all I adjust is speed... Whoa, what have I done? Then I'm gonna miss it, huh? I aimed too far ahead? That sucks. So let's do 1,000 invested toward getting there faster, and then use the rest for angle. It doesn't look like we need a whole lot. So I'm going to try to go for a middle ground here. Just double checking my total. 1,568. 1,514. Okay. That'll do. You're doing great, little vessel. Nothing to worry about. It's gonna be just fine. Hey, what's up, Gorm? Who knew? What in the hell? Trying out a new texture pack for Kerbal Space Program. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? No, this is Simple Rockets 2. We got a copy of it provided by the developer to check out in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing. No, you don't like the look of it? Compared to KSP? You wouldn't like it if Kerbal Space Program looked more like this? I kinda dig it, honestly. I think they nailed it on the looks. Alright, it looks like we are on a collision course. Excellent. I do have a little bit more DV, but we're talking 53 meters a second, so I don't think I'm going to use it. I can't, I don't want to stage that. I don't even need that decoupler in there. All we want to do, our mission, is to smash into the moon. The circles are actually kind of handy, since they function more like an autopilot. I didn't really like them at first, but they ended up turning out to be, like, super handy. we're going to take it on head first. Coming at you, Moon. Put up your Moon Dukes. Oh man, we're going to hit right in the middle. I was hoping to hit over here where it's a little bit better lit. So this time it took us 2 hours and 21 minutes. We're still not there, but so far, I mean. And kablooey. Oop, didn't mean to pause it. There's no lights, so at least none that I noticed. So I can increase the ambient lighting a little bit. See in the dark like a Khajiit. Bap! You did it! I like the texture of the moon. It's a shame that I couldn't see more of it before I smashed into it. We were going pretty fucking fast, though. You don't want autopilot, though? It's really handy in this. Okay, so we're done with that one, right? Smashing into the moon. What else we got? And if you guys have this and you try the Luna Punch challenge, let me know what you ended up getting. I'm sure we could shorten that quite a bit by scaling that thing up and going for a direct collision instead of going through an orbit. Landing practice, Luna landing, max speed, shuttle landing, and docking practice. I'm curious here. Practice docking with a satellite, just to ease forward with your craft and give the satellite a little kiss with your docking port. Once you're within close range, the docking port will start applying a small magnetic force to help align the docking ports together. Toggle translational mode with the T key. This will change how your craft responds to roll, pitch, and yaw. Instead of rotating, pitch control forward and backward motion, yaw control will be left and right, and roll control up and down. Okay. How's it going, passing? Translation mode enabled. Forward, backward, right, left, and then Q and E are up and down. Alright. So that's our docking port. I feel like I need maybe a little bit more room to work with here too. Trying to get us somewhat stabilized. This is a PC game. We even have a couple of copies to give away if anybody's interested. I've been aiming for the dish this whole time because I'm stupid. Well, practice run. That's fucking dumb. So I'm assuming that's the docking port that I'm supposed to be aiming for? It's probably actually the one that I started out next to that I'm supposed to be aiming for. I don't know how it took me that long to realize that was an antenna. I think you're totally right, Paula. I chose the wrong hole. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. These circles are actually super fucking handy. Especially for something like this. I don't even have to look at that. I can tell when I'm level with it, just based on the orientation of the vessel, if I'm centered within the circles and looking parallel at this one. I couldn't tell that I was drifting away since I wasn't looking at it, though. And I need to go a little bit left. The only disadvantage to the control scheme for this that I can see is having to hit T to switch over to between... Like if I want to roll, I have to hit T and I have to adjust. So the disadvantage there is mostly that I can't do both things at the same time with two different hands. But it's really not that bad. I don't honestly even know which one I prefer. As far as comparing docking in this game to docking in KSP, this is my absolute first time doing it in this game, and with this kind of control, and it's fairly intuitive. It's a lot easier when you identify the right fucking docking port, too. Okay, definitely high. The biggest problem that I'm having right now is I can't remember if Q or E is up or down. So I'm having to try one and try to like see which direction my thrusters, my nozzles are thrusting, if you will. Are you the wrong docking port? Is this not allowed? Because I wouldn't think that I would have to burst forward toward it like that. Damn, you know what? I just ran out of monoprop. So how do I complete the dock, though? Because I kind of, like, nudged my nose into it. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, there's a button at the top for docking? Okay. Keep an eye out for it. Yeah, it's much easier if I recognize the freaking docking port. Like, they leave you totally lined up for it so that everything's all nice and simple. I am not in the right mode. Damn it. That scared the shit out of me. I jumped a little bit when that docked. It's fine. We did it. I didn't expect a loud ass noise. What else do we got? Ooh, satellite rendezvous. Let's try that. Build a rocket launch from Drew and rendezvous with the satellite already in orbit. An extremely challenging endeavor and far harder than a Luna landing. You think? Maybe. Throw a docking port up on the top. So, do I have to choose between them? I can either have a docking port or a parachute? That seems dangerous, doesn't it? Where the hell am I gonna put these? There. Okay. Trying to redo my view. It just takes some getting used to. Okay, so 4 nozzles, but these aren't the right nozzles. Ah, here we go. No, that doesn't look right either. I definitely had 4-way nozzles on the vessel that we were just testing out docking with. But I'm only seeing linear. It says that this is multi-directional. Reaction control nozzle that can gimbal to provide far greater control than a standard RCS nozzle. Some say it can do the work of 5 normal RCS nozzles. Okay, that's great, but where the hell is the other one? Or is there a way for me to change the part? I don't know. So the problem with the linear monopropellant nozzle, if I were to go with this, I would need another set that faces forward and another set somewhere that faces backward. And the alternative to that is a 4-way directional nozzle, but I don't see them. Oh, you activate them through staging. Interesting. I think that's what that's saying. I don't know, guys. I wonder if they made the nozzles. Whoops. Wrong hole. I want to go back into that and see how they put together their nozzles, because they may have just put 4 of them in each direction on a block. Negative. Oh, maybe. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they use little tiny fuel tanks with just an RCS nozzle on them. Oh, Jesus. Interesting idea. Once you made it and saved it as a sub-assembly. I mean, that works. These are just 2 tanks clipped into one another, I think. Okay. We can do that. I don't think we actually need to dock to this thing, though. Well, we just need a rendezvous. And then I need to revert this lower portion to what it was before, since we're just going into low orbit, but it should be a lot easier to take stuff away than it was to add it. Add part. Tank. What I don't know how to do is rotate a part. Interesting. Okay, and then how do I slide that down? Or do I just leave it and slide this one up? I need a third one in here too. So what does that do? Okay, so these change the ends, these change the length, this changes the width. And that's the lowest width I can go to. I need a move tool. We're making it a 5-way nozzle because we're only going to put 2 of them on. Maybe it'll work. Balancing is going to be a bitch. Oh, bummer. I can't resize a nozzle? Okay. So all these just need to go a little bigger. How did they make theirs, I wonder? What about the other nozzle? It's a little bit too big too. Whoops. They definitely used a tank, but how did they get it to the same width as the nozzle? Because I don't seem to have, like, a step in between. That's as tiny as I can go. Might just go my own way about it. I'll try it. Nope, Shift, Control, and Alt don't seem to do it. Caps Lock, Tab. No, I don't know how the hell they made theirs. I was assuming that I would just size this thing down. Wait a minute. Maybe it is a thing. Part. Advanced part settings. Part scale. Aha. What was that one at? 170. Oh shit. Oh great. Where did I attach that at? The camera controls need some work, not gonna lie. I'm probably missing something and struggling more than I ought to. But like, how the fuck do I just rotate around? I don't know. I want you to attach to that top tank for me. Can you do that? Whoa. And I want... Okay, if you're gonna attach to this one, that's fine, but... The fuck? Here. Why fight it, right? Throw it in there. Nope. Oh, that'll be fine. Pain in the ass. I don't know how to get this to attach to the top of this one. There's no... Okay, so... Whoa. 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 Everything calm the fuck down. Okay, you go away. This one's fine. This one needs replaced. And that's the parent part for this whole thing. You go over there. I want this part attached to you after that. Maybe we just can't do a 5-way? I don't know. This is clunky as fuck. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, you piece of shit. Just go away. Because I need a copy of this that's surface attached to the other part. Maybe I don't want them all attached to each other, I guess. Oh, bummer, it didn't make a copy of it with the nozzles on it. I need the nozzles. So maybe I put these together first, put them on, stacked on top of each other, like right above and below one another, and then move them into place. So that'll go there. This will be the middle part. Yeah, that's perfect. This should not be this difficult, I don't think. Okay, that'll work. And then, can I get you to attach to the side of the other two? So that'd be just spectacular. Nope, attach to the side. Nope, to the side. Nope. Nope. Will that work? That might work, actually. Oh, God. Okay. What a fucking pain. Alright, so this one will be the side-to-side thrusters. I hate this camera control. No. That. We did it! Let's see. Is there a way for me to make this less sensitive? I think that's it. There we go. Alright, now I won't have to fight it quite so badly. Trying to get the nozzles flush. And can I see the tank through this nozzle? I can. So this nozzle just needs to come up. That looks like shit, and I don't understand why they don't just have nozzles, but... Deadway, okay, gotcha. I'm looking for the fuel that's in here. We're gonna have another... how do I change that? It's a monoprop. I don't know. I might move these ones up a little bit. What I'm trying to do is see if there's a different way for me to change the length of it. Because now that I have a part attached to it, I don't have an option to make it skinnier, to make it shorter, you know? I was kind of hoping to cut the size of this one in half without having to take a part off, but I might have to. I don't see how I can do it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just walk the dog real quick. She's doing a dance. Give me 2 or 3 minutes. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. Ugh. So I was in the middle of trying to make these a little bit shorter, but I'm kind of thinking maybe about going a different way about it. I think I could live with one of these being here, but I think I would rather have the linear port somewhere else. So I wonder, let's go back over to the move tool. Let's see if we can hide these. Oh, first I need to change their length though. So back to that. Actually, before I go any further, I need to see how the hell I add monoprop, so... Because right now this is a liquid oxygen and kerosene tank. Easy peasy. Okay. And I'll have to grab that one that's in the middle in a second. Because I don't even know how I'm gonna get my view in there now. Oh, these controls. I don't like them. Finally. Okay, and I can't make this one longer. I guess I actually have to pull the nozzles off of all of these. But I think that one might be okay. Maybe I want to move it a little higher before I enable symmetry. Because I'm thinking... Actually, maybe a 5-way nozzle isn't strictly necessary once we add symmetry in. Because the thought here was to add more fuel, to go ahead and make this nice and wide so that it would stick out of both sides of the tank. And then move it into the middle of the tank. And that would kind of negate the need for the extra nozzle piece there. Because we'd have side-to-side translation right in the middle. Let's see if I can do symmetry the way that I'm thinking here. Part symmetry is not available at this position. It's only available for parts connected to the sides of a fuel tank. Well, that bites. So I would have to individually add the 2 crossbars that would point outward, and then I would also have to go and, well, this one ought to be fine, actually, this one here. Oh, interesting. It's duplicating more parts than I had expected. Because of the way that I had them attached before I rotated them. Well, now shit just got weird. I had lost track of the fact that that was all being made into one assembly and then the parent part. which is the one that I chose, is the only one that actually needs duplicated. So I think I'll pop this off and I'll put it back where it was. This seems like way more effort than should be required for what I'm doing though, doesn't it? At least I figured out how to make the tanks monopropellant tanks. And then I think we're going to need a larger monopropellant tank, probably right under the heat shield. The decoupler here for the heat shield. I have no idea what size to make it. It might be excessive. So now, like, 50% of our fuel is the fuel for the final stage, and the other 50% is monopropellant for the nozzles. It just seemed to go really, really fast when I was making that attempt at docking. And I don't want to be on that tight of a schedule when it comes to going in for the dock. So I need the parent part of these three. I think it's the part in the middle. Perfect. Pretty sure that'll do. Okay, and how do I see center of mass? Let's see, and we're going to be burning fuel by the time we get to this stage. So we're going to be losing weight at the back of the vessel, so I do want these slightly higher up on the vessel than the center of mass. Plus, I think the game compensates for a lot of things at that point too. So this interstage can go. We may be able to salvage and reuse these guys. Oh, I have to have this one attached to something before I can take them off, apparently. So you go back on there. It's a little fiddly. And then I want these last two attached off at a 45 degree. And we're going to be leaning over to the east, so I want them pointed toward the north and the south. Then Movement tools. It's probably not the tools, it's that I'm bad with them, you know? Oh, god damn it. I just want an easy way to rotate around the fucking vessel. That's all I want. There we go. That's all I wanted. So, this one is off a little bit. Okay, that part looks better. This stage is way too big for what we need. I'd increased it for that one mission that we were doing to smash into the moon. And I want to copy you two, and I want a lower diameter for these. So that should be roughly about what we had before, plus monoprop at the top. At least I think so. I think it'll probably be okay. Take it out for a spin. And like I said, I don't think we need to dock with the satellite. We just need to rendezvous with it. I didn't check my staging at all. Let's see how it did. I think it'll automatically try to place things where it thinks they need to go. Nope. I don't have any of my engines being activated right now. In flight. Exit. Okay, so I should still have fuel line connected on this one, but I'll have to double check. So I want... That's the inner stages. There's our 3 engines, so you're stage 1. Drop the side stacks. Separate from the lower portion of this. It's not going to be recoverable. I'm going to hot stage it and just see what happens. If it blows up, then bad idea. But I would imagine that it'll be okay to fire the next engine and not have a delay in there. And then back over to rocket properties, because this bottom middle tank is much smaller. Fuel line. And I shouldn't have that enabled for anything else anymore. Okay. Pretty sure we're good for going up. And let me get rid of the docking port. I'm going to swap that for a parachute. Oh, I do need a docking port to dock with the satellite. Okay. Well... I can't imagine that we would actually go into it, so let's try something. No, that won't work. I was gonna try to add a, just a tube around it that would separate to expose the parachute, but how the hell do I parachute then? Like, how are we supposed to design a vessel that can do both things? If I can't add a docking port that I can get rid of to the top of the parachute. Can you be radially attached? I guess that would work. Oh, weird though. Do they have radial chutes? So I don't think in simple rockets you're really designing something that will go completely through the mission. Not with crew passable parts anyway. Because one or the other of these, either the docking port that we're going to use to connect or the parachute, has to be side attached, radially attached. Unless I'm missing a piece. I can put it on the bottom and land upside down, I guess. No, I can't because I can't have an inner stage there. It didn't look like it, Iceman. I don't think the capsule does have a chute integrated into it. Because it didn't show up in the staging. So if we go back in here, we now have to add an additional stage for the parachute to go into. And without adding that, I don't see any others in here anywhere. This may actually be too small, but we'll take it out for a spin anyway and see how it does. Because I would really like to have re-entered after we got done with this. Well, YOLO. Let's see how it works. Throttle all the way up. Don't want translation mode. I hit T because I'm so used to enabling SAS. I think that's all we need. Let's see how she does. Okay, I need more fuel. I have way too much power with these 3 engines. I should definitely pack more fuel. We use it as an opportunity to be able to throttle back, but we've already burned through 40% of our fuel. We haven't gone anywhere yet. This thing looks like it means business. I like it. We weigh so little with all 3 engines that we're down to 38% throttle. And at a 1.7 thrust to weight ratio. Let's get our AP info up to AP's at 26K and we're at 21K. It's about 30 seconds out in front of us. Uh-oh, got a cough. Now I feel better. Got a little choked up seeing our altitude. It just got to me. Oh. I did the fuel lines improperly somehow. I've run out of fuel in the center. Just noticed that our TWR went to shit. So I do need to revert and fix that, but let's keep pushing. Like, we still have an adequate amount of power. We'll see how the second stage does. I don't think it's really going to work out for us, though, because it can't go full throttle. AP is way too low. Yeah, never mind. I want to go back into the vehicle assembly bay. We'll start with these ones. Make them a bit bigger. Make this one match them. Then in the part properties, Auto resize, auto select fuel type. I have a fuel line. We'll do normal and we'll take away the fuel line. See how it does. Let's go to the move tool and move these a little bit closer to their decoupler. They seem to have wandered. I should have just checked the thrust to weight ratio. Honestly, like, if we have an engine that's powerful enough for us to add more fuel, we should just add as much as we can. But I forgot. Yeah, because we're gonna end up at, uh-oh. Wait. Oh, I'm not throttled up. And I wonder why I'm starting with 96% fuel. Okay, the TWR isn't too bad. We're starting out at like a 1.4 on the pad. Could be better, but... only takes us a second to burn through enough fuel to get over a 1.5, and that's what's important. So I'm trying to transfer the fuel through the decouplers this time. Keep an eye on our orbit info as well. Have my throttle a bit high. I don't know. Everything's looking way better. 30% of our fuel left. What I should have done is just save the original version of this, but I didn't. And then we'll have to throttle up. That'll put us back up to a 1.6. Yeah, looking good. So I'm gonna push AP up to over 45 real quick. And then we'll continue laying over. I still have no idea what where the upper atmosphere is. Like when we're actually out in space. I have no clue. Let's go for something like that. Oh, hell yeah, I would totally love to watch EJ's try it out. I'll even send him a copy of it if he thinks he'd be interested in it. I think he'd like it. I should probably actually pitch up and just kick that AP up a little bit higher since I'm so low on fuel. Okay, so I got it up to 81. I don't actually know if that's high enough. And I don't actually know if this stage is going to have enough fuel to get us into an orbit now. I feel like I'm a little bit smaller than the previous, than that first version that we made. Let's go ahead and lay over. So I have 1.7 minutes till AP. I think I'll cut throttle. And we'll try... Oh, okay. I didn't realize that I was heading to the west. Huh. Interesting. So this is a total failure. Because the rocket, or the target, is going to be in the opposite orbit that we're in. How the fuck did I do that? I hadn't actually taken a look at our little facility here. It's like a lot of placeholders so far, but I'm sure they'll end up expanding upon it. Well, I'm just gonna lay over this way again. I don't know how I did that. That was weird. Somehow I flipped my camera around and didn't realize that I was angling off in the wrong direction. Yeah, why am I bass backwards? I need to go this way. Okay, well, we'll just flip the camera over to this side, I guess. Orbit up, performance up. I still think we're a little underpowered. I think I need more fuel. Now that I have a larger payload with all that monoprop. But it's definitely worth an actual, you know, full attempt to see how low we're going to be if we are low. And I don't want to go into my gravity turn so aggressively this time. Get more lob out of the liquid boosters there. I don't think that we added enough to the payload to warrant an additional set of side boosters, though. I'm also a little bit confused on why this is venting monoprop the entire flight. Oh, I messed something up. How did that nozzle end up backwards? Oh, okay, so they can pivot around whichever direction they want. I see. Might be a better way for me to do that part then. Not really sure. Let's go ahead and cut this down. Yeah, they have a hell of a lot of movement. Our little nozzles there. So I need to figure out how to not activate those until we're up in space. And I'm pretty sure that I do it through the nozzle itself, through the part options. Could be wrong. That's what I'm thinking though. Go, 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 little buddy. %40 of our fuel left. AP is at 75. And I'm just staying at full throttle because we're at almost 65 kilometers of altitude. So this will be our first time testing out a hot stage where we ignite the next engine as we separate from the previous stack. much more better that time. 2 minutes on our time to AP. We're at 76 kilometers. Let's go ahead and cut throttle. And it should be safe for us to extend our solar panels too. Ah, that's how I disable RCS. I'll have to make sure that I do that on the pad next time so that we're not wasting so much. So with all the movement that those nozzles can do... I'm trying to think of the most efficient way to attach them. I don't know if these that are pointed out to the side can point directly forward and backward, but if they can, we really just need, like, you know, 4 of the nozzles themselves. And we should be just fine putting them off at a 45 degree, I think. Okay, AP and PE, where are those? 105 and 95. So we shouldn't have to worry. We've got our target here. And our target... Can I see what your altitude is? 96K. And it looks fairly circular. Oh no, that's my altitude. Alright, well, you lock onto prograde. We're just gonna eyeball it, I guess. What I'm trying to do is push my AP up to where it intersects the orbit of the target. And I'm a little bit low. I think that I accidentally gave us a bit of an inclination. So then we need a follow-up maneuver for basically that. This will be interesting to do without a nav ball. Don't know if I'm really going to be able to accomplish it, in all honesty. That should be pretty close, though. Burn, baby, burn. Little nervous. We don't have a whole lot of DV left, 225. And then when we're fairly close to it over here, we want to go ahead and try to match its orbit. Did I push it too high? Might have gone a little overboard. I'm gonna try to match its inclination too. Okay, close down so I can move you, please. Oh, I have to right click. Okay. Well, there's definitely still some deviation there, but it'll get us pretty close. So there's our target. We're going to try to match its speed. Oh, I'm boned. We are awful close, though. Oop, recenter. Oh shit, I'm losing control. Hello? Lock onto this, please. Okay, my nozzles are a complete and utter failure. There's too much control. Or something. I don't know why it's just flipping out on me. Well, that won't do. What is your problem? Doesn't seem to have the ability to cancel out its roll, but it totally should be able to. Okay. So, definite revamp of that portion of it. The part that took me forever to get set up. Utter failure. I don't think that I want to use these nozzles. I think I want linear, just forward-facing and rear-facing ports there for sure. And then this outer one. Do I want to get rid of that? Yeah, probably ought to. Oh. Accidentally made a copy of the tank that my mouse was over. So I need the move tool on one or the other of these. Huh. Oh, I see. Okay. I was confused why I was moving this part, because I knew for absolute certain that that's not the one that I clicked on, but it does make sense. These two are attached. I honestly even think that looks better than the previous one that I had. I think I'm gonna move these just down to the bottom. See if I can find the bottom. And then go ahead and throw these in 4-way symmetry for a little bit more complete control. Which one? Ah, okay. That's a pretty handy feature, being able to just select route. And this part is definitely askew. I think we got a better looking set of nozzles now. See if they work better. Don't need that. I'm trying to find, like, what will my DV be at stage 2? I have no idea. Fuel flow and everything work just fine. I do want to add fuel to the whole thing though. Just a little bit of fuel, because we were real close. Well, this says that our starting thrust to weight ratio will be 1.63. But it didn't seem that high when we were out on the pad. It says it's going to be 155, which is pretty much right where I want it. But I don't know if I'm interpreting this quite properly. Like, I don't know. Okay. So this time I want to disable RCS until we actually need it. We'll go ahead and throttle up. Is the craft still pointed the wrong way? It is. So I need to lean over this way to the east. Otherwise, we should be good. Throttle's up. Let's go. TWR. Yeah, 1.3 or 1.4. How odd. And I also started out like 5% low on fuel. So I don't know what to do about that. Oh, awesome, Airborne. Good to hear. Wasn't there another launch today? I thought somebody had mentioned something launching today. Gonna be up to the ISS in about 6 hours? Nice. But that's a hell of a ride. We'll go ahead and throttle back a bit. TWR was getting pretty damn high there. So all in all, even if I, once I get used to it, like, I definitely think this is a game that we should come back to at some point. But I don't really see it as competition at the moment for Kerbal Space Program. Not quite yet. Definitely looking amazing as early in development as it is, though. They put a lot of work into this, and it definitely shows. Let's go ahead and flip over to this side. Get our stage out of the way. Throttle up to full. So now that I've extended the tank there, I do fall down to a 1.4 thrust to weight ratio, but I'm okay with that. It should pay off. One thing that I probably could have done, though, instead of adding the fuel to this lifter stage, is transferred some of the fuel, instead of on this stage, up to the final stage. That might have been the smarter way to go. Oh. I was like, I don't know how, but I lost AP. Apparently I didn't even have it up yet. I was just guessing. I have no idea, Gorm. If you find out whether it's going to have mod support or not, let me know. I like to go into them completely blind. I typically won't watch videos on how to play a game before I do a first look. So I really don't know much about this game. Just the developers, the name of the development studio, and that is in early access. Entered early access November, I think 8th last year. But that is about all I got. Well, I think we all know that I appreciate mod support, but they can do whatever they want. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and separate, but cut throttle. Because I think we've got AP out far enough that we should be able to circularize. I'm hoping that we're out of the atmosphere. I want to circularize lower than the vessel to save DV, otherwise I'm kind of wasting steps and I'm undoing something that I did if I go into a higher orbit than the target. Should be safe to put the solar panels out. Does have mod support, but you're not aware of any mods for it at the moment? Okay. I mean, it is called Simple Rockets, but more parts? I would definitely be down with more options for what to go with. Pre-built nozzles, if there's a mod for pre-built RCS nozzles, or if somebody's looking for a mod idea for this, that'd be a great addition. I don't know, there's a lot of ways that you could go. They have a very good bare bones structure for what they have now. I don't see any problems at all with that part. We have like 55% fuel left. What's our AP and PE? 96 and 95, so really well done as far as the orbit goes there. I can't quick save because it's a challenge. And I want the rendezvous to take place during the daytime, so what I'm going to do, I want it to actually start at about morning time so that we have the entire orbit, the entire half of the orbit, to go in for the docking maneuver. We're all nice and well lit. So right about there is where I want to encourage the intercept. So I'm going to go to the opposite end of our orbit. Doesn't look too bad. It looks like I cross over right here, so that'll actually be where I want to do the maneuver, so that we can adjust our angle and match a little bit better. 13 mods all ready for it. What do we got? We've got simple decals, 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11. Modular launch pads, those look really good. Simple engineer, what are you? Awesome. So that would be a mod that I would want to get. Simple engineer. Lots of launch pads. A hover part, there's a mod that adds warheads. And another one that adds pipes that would actually make it quite a bit easier for us to do those RCS nozzles. The sphere mod, what is that? Oh, it just adds a bunch of spherical things. Oh, nice, and they have their own lights in them. That would be another mod that I would totally grab. Lighting. Some pretty good stuff in there. Assuming that it did the maneuver, I totally wasn't watching though. Yeah, look, I like it. Trying to find that little spot in the opposite end of our orbit where we were supposed to cross over the target's orbit, but it's really difficult to see the blue line for the target's orbit. Well, for our orbit, I think the green one is the target, against the backdrop of the ocean. So I've got to kind of assume an odd angle here. I'm definitely low. Doesn't look like I really cross its orbit all that well. This would be a great spot for us to have an ascending and descending node. You can lock onto prograde, please. I'm gonna adjust a little bit. So I'm gonna toggle on RCS and go to translation mode, and I'm gonna burst forward with my monoprop nozzles. Actually backward. Oh, am I not in translation mode? Shit, I wasn't. So all I was doing was nosing up and down. It's like, these really seem underpowered. Now we're talking. And I don't think that we deviate enough for us to have to worry about adjusting the angle until we're within line of sight of the target. Okay, give me a maneuver node, please. Unfortunately, we're in very similar orbits. So we do have a follow-up maneuver that we need to do. And hopefully it won't cost too much DV. Thing is super sensitive. Okay, this is just going to annoy me, so what I'll do is just kind of aim for something close, and then we'll do an adjustment with monoprop to dial it into where we need it. Love the landscape through the atmosphere. Looks good. Is there no roll? What do you mean? Like a persistent rotation kind of thing? Okay, let's look at our separation here. Oh god, it's gonna update it as I go, huh? Oh, a little too much. A little back. A little bit inward. Pretty close. I really miss precise maneuver. And being able to step all of these up incrementally. It's just such a handy feature. The sliding thing, I mean, it kind of works, but if you're doing anything for precision, it's, if you can't adjust the sensitivity of it, like on the fly, then you have to have incremental changes. Or it's a fucking pain. I think that might do. It'll get us pretty damn close anyway, I think. This is definitely not curveball. How you doing, Corsac? Let's go see if we're gonna collide with our target here. I wouldn't think so, but if we are, I want to know immediately. It's still way out there. Would you look at that? 2% fuel remaining. Well, this is gonna get weird. We only got one shot. Still waking up? Good morning. Dual-wielding some Overwatch and some space streams? Nice. Sounds like a good day to me. Got any plans for your weekend? Any guys doing anything fun? I'm whooping ass in Civ 6 right now. So that's kind of my plan for the weekend when I'm not, you know, when I'm done streaming. So what I want to do, it looks like I'm low. And I want to get, like, right in between the target and the planet. And then we'll start to maneuver toward it. And I might actually have to use that last 2% of our fuel, too. It's gonna be rough, though. Means that if I do a 1% change, I have to have that full extra 1% left to undo it when I'm right up next to the target. Nah, I think we'll be close enough. Pretty close. So it's just about off to our side. Let's go ahead and reorient. Why did it not reorient? Mile out of monoprop? Are we dead in the water? Batteries is good. 93% monoprop. What's going on? Oh, the game's paused. Jesus. I knew that. That was completely obvious. I want to try to use any part of the structure of the target to align toward the target, and then we'll start to move in on it. That was about 10 seconds of thrust forward, so I need to have enough time to do 10 seconds of thrust backward to undo it. Hey, what's up, Car? How's your weekend going, dude? Getting any TFT or anything in? I was watching Scarlet play some Siege for the first time yesterday. It was great. Let's see, am I bursting the right way? Okay, I am. Oh shit. No. No. Lock the target. Okay, there. That wasn't awkward at all. I really wish I had a nav ball. I'm just gonna hover around this fucking thing for a while until I figure out the controls. I'm down to 68% of my monoprop. Wait a minute. Dagnabbit. So I think one thing that would help me as a curveball player is to actually go in and remap these for HN, IJ, K, and L. Because the biggest problem that I'm having right now is not being able to remember whether Q or E is up and down, and the W and S are forward. Kinda getting my ass kicked, if you can't tell. Debating throttling up to move in, but let's see. So right now the target's prograde. It's in front of us. Trying to align us with the target itself. Here I was thinking this is gonna be fairly simple, huh? Alright, well, that's it for fuel. It might be bone. Is there a way to change? Oh, there is! I didn't know. This is going to be a problem, though. I don't think that I can use monopropellant to overcome 36 meters a second of DV. Or of difference in speed. I totally lie. We totally can. I'm down to 30% of my monoprop, though. Okay, unlock. Stop doing whatever you're doing. Keisha, good morning. How was your first attempt at Skyblock this morning? I'm sorry that I missed it. Thank you very much for the raid, young lady. How are you fine people doing? Oh yeah, we're totally on track now. See, doing it blind without knowing our difference in velocity relative to the target was just killer. But we are so on the right track now. And apparently I was bursting in the wrong directions too. So that had a lot to do with it. I may fail this one, but I don't think we need to change the build. I think that we just need to do a relaunch. And not go without the information that we need. Held off on it. Played Skybounds instead. Yeah, how did you like it? So Skybounds is similar, right? Is that the one that has mods? Like, I was really quiet while I was watching it. Quieter than I normally would be, because I'm not used to playing Minecraft without mods. So, like, there were issues that you were running into that I'm like, oh, there's a mod for that, but, you know, since you don't have it, there's no reason to mention it. 26% mono. And where are we parking this thing? I wonder. Oh, fuck. Nope, 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 nope. That's a perfect example of where it would have been nice to be able to do both directional control. Like, this is why KSP has one setup for one and not a toggle between translation mode. But we'll be fine. Okay, unlock. 17% mono left. I have no idea where our target is. We need a docking port. No explosions. I'm surprised. Don't know if they're in the game yet. Okay, what is this thing doing? I'm in translation mode. I guess I just have to lock it onto target. But, like, if I had the ability to rotate with just my other hand, then I totally could have maneuvered through those solar panels. I'm down to 10% mono. I really don't think I'm going to be able to recover from that faux pas. But we'll try. I'm going to try to at least get up next to it and match my speed to it so that we can get a good look at it, and we'll figure out where the hell we were supposed to dock at. I think my craft may be upside down. Okay, so I've matched speed. Let's see, we only have 2% mono propellant left. let's use what we have left to slowly approach and kind of strafe along it and check it out. What's up, Matfu? It's an online server. You do have an island, but you think it's going to be different? So you do start off on... It's not the one where you start off on like one freaking block and a tree then. Somebody had mentioned that one too. It looks really fun. I've never heard of Skyblock before. Because I haven't played Minecraft in I don't even know how long. Minimum 6 years. And when I actually like played it a lot was probably 7 or 8 years ago. But it's funny how well those blocks aged. Because they still look just as good as they did. Not the single block in the tree one. I don't know if we're gonna make it to KSP today because it's already 11, so I don't know what time Deb's gonna get home. It kind of depends on whether she'll be home. We do have a couple more things in here that I think I want to do. I also am very curious where the hell these parts are. What is this made with? Because I'm always interested in making stations. We're definitely going back to KSP tomorrow, though, and we'll hopefully be making a station of our own. I'm trying to get around to the other side so that we have the sun on the back of this thing, so that we can get a little bit better of a look at it. So I'm going to try to guide us between the arms there. I lied. I am not, because I just completely ran out of monoprop. So that's the end of this mission. I'm hoping that we don't hit it again. Oh, nice. Okay, so I do have reaction wheel control. We don't have a mandatory RCS situation going on. This is going to be a little bit risky, but let's go ahead and fold in our solar panels for safety. Because I think we can miss it, and we can at least get a good look at the other side. And what we're trying to determine is, when we approach this, we didn't build this, so I don't know anything about it. Where the fuck are we supposed to dock? Where is our parking spot? Whoop. I don't know what I just did. Don't do that. Whatever that was. Matter of fact, go ahead and lock prograde. Really? This craft is a genius. Alright, stop doing what you're doing. I'm gonna try to get us out of that death spiral. That was awkward. I'm like, oh yeah, I can navigate us through this, and then I hit the wrong thing in these outrageously large circles, and I wonder if that's something that I can find in the options too. Since I can't tell which side is the top of my vessel, I don't know how to cancel this out. Maybe just lock in this way? Or any of these options? Okay, there we go. Just to give us something to work with here. So, I was dead wrong. By the time we get up here, I run out of sunlight. And we don't have any proper lighting. How the hell am I supposed to find a docking port? Oh, okay. It's right on the end. One of them, anyway. Are there multiple? I can't see shit. I'm sure you guys can't either. Imagine being in that thing? Oh, man. The faster you spin, the heavier you feel. That would be nuts. What are you? Okay, this thing's got docking ports absolutely everywhere. So I think when we come back, this one's on one of those, like, tanks. And I couldn't really get a good enough look to tell if they were habitats or what they are. Unfortunately, these challenges don't have quick save, so we'll just go back to the launch pad. I don't think we actually need to change anything on the vessel. What I really needed was to be able to change this to my target. And now that we know how to do that, we should be okay. So, east is this away. So let me just flip our camera view around. We're gonna throttle up, and we're gonna hit it. And we're gonna do a hell of a lot better job this time. Yeah, when we go back to KSP, we've got this monstrous station that I want to put up. It's gonna be 2 laboratories minimum. I might do 3 and do an axis, or do an axle down the middle. And I haven't really worked out exactly what I want to do because we'll do that together. But I do know that every one of those laboratories weighs 15 tons apiece. And we are going to be in JNSQ with the scaled solar system and all that. Good morning, Arctic. How are you? Good to see you, man. Keep going. Did you come over with Geisha? Oh, Geisha. I can't remember the name of that game that I saw you playing. It was the game that kind of looked like Zelda, and I've never heard anyone say the word cute so many times in one stream. Do you recall the name of that game? It was bugging me yesterday, because it's the only other game other than Minecraft that I think I've seen you play. Pro Before Mand? I do, but I use the... Let's see, Is it Pro Before Mand? Is that the one that modifies Community Tech Tree? If it is, then yeah, that's the exact one that I use. I thought it was Probes Before Crew or something like that, but Probes Before Mand also makes sense, so could go either way. And yeah, I really like it. It actually, like, totally changes everything for those first annoying nodes when you're using remote tech, especially. Like, I went and wrote the JNSQ remote tech configuration compatibility thing because it was offset. It wasn't showing up where it should be at first, and it was just a nightmare. It was easier to go and actually write a compatibility patch for it and make it work than it was to try and adjust to it. We did a couple of launches just to get a little bit of gameplay in. We did a couple of launches that day with the like remote tech cheats enabled. But yeah, that was a toughie. Call a lot of games cute. Portal Knights or Moonlighter, I don't think it was either of those, but it definitely could be. Because I can't clearly remember the name at all. So it definitely could be. So I'm just looking to push our time to AP out. Usually if we're starting to dramatically push our time to apoapsis out, it's because we're nearly at orbital velocity. So that's what I'm looking for here. We're going to build up our horizontal speed, burn through a shitload of fuel. And once that starts to push out to about 2 minutes, then we'll cut throttle, we'll wait until we're at AP, and we'll go ahead and circularize. And I'm just aiming for 85k again for our AP, for our final orbit. It'll probably end up closer to 90 though. Okay, so we're starting to push it out quite quickly. So we're nearing our orbital velocity. I didn't run out of fuel at that point last time. That's no good. Let's see if that's going to be enough time for this little engine to circularize us. Might be boned. And I'm totally guessing on where I want that, but I'll just go with something that'll work. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. I think I barely told it to I forgot to tell it to execute the burn when we got there. I just time warped up to it, to the maneuver node. I'm like, it'll execute it, it's fine. I only had 2% extra DV last time, so I might be in trouble there. Ah, dang it, and I left the monopropellant nozzles activated that entire time too. Dope! So while it's doing this burn, I'm gonna look up Moonlighter. And see if that was the one. It looked kind of like Zelda or Mario, like a 3D kind of game. Had a lot of hats going on. Moonlighter. No, I don't think it was Moonlighter. A Hat in Time, there we go. I knew I'd seen you play something. I just, for the life of me, couldn't think of the name of it. That was a while ago. Alright, so I want to try this again, but this time I want to encourage our encounter to happen in the dark, so that we have the entire rest of the orbit for me to mess around with. And I'm really, really hopeful that I'm not going to run out of fuel. So I want to do that from the opposite end in our orbit, so somewhere right around in here. And then we adjust. First, for the intersect, we choose where we want to meet with the target. And ideally, that little indicator of the rocket would be right on that green mark for our AP. But this is super finicky. It's very sensitive. So I'm just going for a rough estimate here. Anything that crosses as close as crossing anyway, I'm pretty much happy with. Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm an idiot. Okay, now I've overdone it. God. Does anyone know, is there a sensitivity adjustment for the maneuver node? Because that would make my life a lot easier for the last part of this. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Control is throttled down. So I'm not falling for that one. Good job, though, Nezzo. You're about to ask what visual mod we use? This is, a complete overhaul of a different game. This is the sequel to Simple Rockets 1. Simple Rockets 2. Okay, I think I'm gonna pull the plug on me messing around with this maneuver node anymore. It just does not seem to want to do what I need it to. So what I'll do is hold prograde, and similar to last time, I'll just adjust it manually after the burn. Oh, shit. I think we got it. I think we're there. Okay. Let's go ahead and execute that little maneuver. Just a little poof. You too, Arctic. This is the big day. Isn't that crazy? Like 50 years ago? So this is our closest approach. Currently. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I do think that this is actually where I want. It's a little bit further up in the orbit than I was hoping, but I'm gonna put that right on her. We want to go into a higher orbit and come back down when the target's right alongside of us. Oh, I love messing with maneuver nodes like that. That is not annoying at all. It's the best, really. Okay. We'll go ahead and execute that one, too. Now, up till this point, I know that we're okay. It's when we circularize again, we are like on the dot for the amount of DV that we're supposed to have, so I may be short on fuel. Might be in trouble. Oh, that was the other launch. I couldn't remember. I remembered somebody had mentioned another launch today. So they delayed it until the 24th? Aw, that's a bitch. I'm sorry to hear that. It's a little finicky on where I can actually place the initial maneuver node. So it seems much easier to throw it somewhere else and then move it to where you want it. Oh, and obviously I don't want to place it in front of me and then move it. Don't know why I did that. Game's like, you can't do that, silly. Nope. I'm almost holding my breath here, hoping that we have enough fuel. Can I double-click on you and transition my view? I can. What a wonderful feature. Thank you so much. It's unbelievably handy to get a better vantage point of the opposite end of the orbit there. Look at the clarity. So I do have an inclination adjustment that I need to make too. And I wonder if I can make it as part of this maneuver. I would appreciate a much clearer definition between the two orbits as well. Like one of them being purple like it is now, and the other one being like orange. Something totally different, you know? Because I find myself having to move it a little bit so, when the colors are too close. So I'm like, was I the dark purple or the light purple? Okay, now if we look at our orbit again from out here, looking to make sure... Okay, so I'm a little bit outside of its orbit here, and I'm a little inside of its orbit on the opposite side. Wait, am I? No, I'm outside of its orbit almost everywhere. So I need to slow down. And then I need to adjust angle. Wrong way. Now we're talking. Okay, that's pretty darn close. Trying to curb the language. I know I've cursed like 50,000 times already, but this is me trying. And there are very few things that make me cuss more than a maneuver node. Look at how fiddly this is. Like, I don't know. Alright, screw it. Close enough. Let's go for it. Oh, are we gonna have enough DV? We have 11% of our fuel left. Oh man, this is gonna be so close. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. Not even close. Son of a bacon strip. RCS on. 135? I might be able to do 135. I need retrograde relative to my target. What are you doing? Oh, I thought that I enabled translation mode. I didn't. That's right, bacon strip. So I'm trying to do the rest of this maneuver with monopropellant, and hopefully gonna have enough left over to actually go for an encounter with it as well. No, if I had a clear idea of which side was the top and which side was the bottom of this vessel, I would also do an additional maneuver. But I don't. I have no idea. Okay, so we're 6.8 kilometers away from it. Unfortunately, we're going to waste a lot of time trying to get over to it. And let's see if I can figure out what direction I want to go to. That way. Which is making my brain bleed a little bit. That was the Q key that made that happen. So I want to reorient the vessel, but I don't want to lock on... I guess I'll lock on target. I definitely don't want to try and lock on prograde. And I'm going to try not to accidentally hit any of these things over here. We'll just lock on target. We're going to use our green indicators to figure out where the hell we're heading. Where the heck we're heading. I'm going to go ahead and speed us up a little bit, but everything that I do needs to be undone when we get there, so I don't want to approach the target too quickly. We're approaching at 39 meters a second, which is a little dangerous, but we do have fairly powerful monopropellant nozzles, so I'm not all that worried about it. Start work and make some money? I totally am down for that. You have a good day at work. Gonna lurk, though? Oh, nice. Thank you again for the raid. Definitely appreciate you. I'm gonna try to line us up so that we're going to approach from the bottom of that thing. And maybe it would help my brain if I pivot us around too. Okay. Oh, nailed it. First try. Up is up, down is down. Wait. Nope. Dead wrong. First try. There we go. Nailed it. One shot. Now I know if I pitch up... Wait. How am I still wrong? Okay. Never mind. We'll just wing it. We like winging it? Winging it's fun, right? So we're 1.9 kilometers away from it. I'm hoping that we're going to fly underneath it. Once we get under a kilometer, I'm going to also start killing off our forward momentum. So that we don't go flying past it like we did previously. It's also adjust angle. Approaching at 8 meters a second. So I want to dock to something that's on the center stack. I would think that these are habitats. I can't really think of any reason why it would have humongous fuel tanks on it. And I also want to take a look at it, but I can't save it. I'm down to 60% monoprop. I think that's going to be plenty, though. Let's go ahead and slow down a little bit more. This is so much better having this information. Let's go downward. Line up with the center stack there. And should we take a stroll around it and check out their station that they built? There's literally docking ports absolutely everywhere. Oh no. don't want that. What a neat looking station. I like it. I would like it slightly more if it were able to hold prograde and it were flat with the surface there. Like if this end were pointed forward, but I like it. Where should we dock, guys? God dang it. No. No. Lock onto that. I'm just targeting center of mass so that I can rotate around it a little bit more easily. Here makes sense, here makes sense. All the way over here makes a lot of sense, because then we're clear of all the other important stuff when we come in for something that's rather risky, like a docking maneuver. Starting to get the hang of it, I think. Slightly less terrifying this time. I don't see any docking ports down this part, which is unfortunate, because that would have been my preferred place to dock, but... I think I'm going to come back around and probably dock there or at the end of that. That is a neat looking station, though. Yeah, let's just go for that one. Oh, never mind. That's not a docking port. So, at the bottom of this module here... Okay, that one's definitely a docking port. That's what we'll aim for then. I think once I got used to this, and if I could make it a little bit smaller, make it take up a little bit less of the screen, then I think I would appreciate it a little bit more than I do right now. Target. There we go. Kind of did a flyby, but it seemed worth it since the vessel was aiming at the center of mass and was currently in the middle of a spin. I didn't want to do anything that would potentially wreck our faces. Oh, I wasn't in translation mode. Okay. That's fine. Trying to match my solar panels up with this arm here. Still scared me. That loud ass noise when we actually dock. So, I don't know. It's definitely easier if you already start out with your encounter. But I don't think that was as hard as landing. I still think that, for me, landing like on the moon or doing an engine-only landing on the homeworld especially, or like something big like Eve, I think that those are definitely more difficult than something like this. But we did it! It took 2 attempts. And I should definitely... Oh god, what am I doing? Stop. No. Mind control the station? Can I command the station from a different orientation? Ooh, the power. Okay, so don't lock onto that then. I want to flip this thing around. We live here now, by the way. There's no coming back. We don't have the monoprop to do anything. And we're out of fuel. And we don't have a parachute. Trying to see if I can, before I run out of monoprop, I'm down to 12%. If I can get this thing to go parallel to the ground and get this part pointed out front or directly behind prograde. Looks like it's gonna actually be behind, isn't it? We're moving this whole thing with the nozzles on this, and that's it. Because there's no fuel or monoprop in the station that I can see. It says it's a satellite. This is obviously a station, though. Oh no, I still have 5%. I still have 5%, so... We're definitely flat. Now we're trying to pivot the darn thing around. See, now that would have been a little bit cooler to approach. With the solar panels in the way, force you to maneuver around it, then you have your up and your down. You have a nice clear view of the top of it and everything. I like that. I think it may be upside down though. I kind of feel like these bottom modules should be pointed downward. That does look cool though. I like it. And you can kind of tell the progression there and how it was put together, too. It's going to be fun to put stuff like that together, both in Kerbal Space Program, but eventually in this game, too, I'm sure. I like it. A diggy. Well, I think that's where I'm going to leave off on our first look of simple rockets. Because the other, like, pre-planned missions seem like they're gonna take, well, they kind of seem like different variations of stuff that we've already done. I think that we hit most of the main points, though. We did a rendezvous with an object in space and docked to it. We did docking practice. We smashed into the moon. The only other thing that I can think of that I would want to do is land on the moon. But I think that I'll save that for when we revisit this game, because I do think that this is going to be a game that's definitely going to be worth revisiting. I love the look of it. Absolutely love it. Love the look of the water when we landed in it earlier. Some splash effects, maybe some wave effects might be nice. This seems like a good platform to maybe integrate, like, wind, something the Kerbal Space Program just doesn't have, which does kind of detract from the, you know, realism of the game. I think wind would be a pretty cool thing to have in a space game. It would definitely make things a little bit more difficult, too. Which at first is probably a bitch, so maybe a toggleable feature, one of those kind of things, you know? But, yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to playing more of this. I think that I'm going to go and follow it on Steam so that I get updates on, you know, development as it goes. And then I think that we'll come back on major, like, patches and stuff like that. And we'll take additional looks at Simple Rockets too. kindly provided by Gendrew Studio. So very, very nice of them. Just got pro before crude, so you're starting a new career later? Yeah, do want to start over. And let me know if you have any parts that end up missing. I had some upgrades that I still am not able to find in KSP. What time is it? It's about 12. We could start working on a station in KSP. I do still have some more time. I was just gonna go play some Civilization, but I think... yeah. I think I'm gonna call it on this game. Put it away. Because anything else that I want to do, like building a lander, I think is gonna take more time than we actually have left in today's stream. So we'll just do a little bit of work on the station that I want to do. And if you guys are not into KSP and you just came here for Simple Rockets, totally understand. Hope they have a fantastic day. The rest of you guys, give me a couple of minutes. Might go grab a drink and hit the restroom too. Because I've got to launch KSP, and that's the only downside to it. How do I get out of this? No, that was undo. Except... I don't know how to leave the game. Oh yeah, that looks great. I accidentally undid the resizing of the tanks and all that there. Oh, it looks like there was actually a patch that came out while we played too. So, you know what? There's some other stuff that I need to do for KSP before I even launch it. Linux Guru Gamer finished a new mod that I added this morning, and now I need to update some other things. We can update all y'all. Basically, anything that's an LGG mod. Linux Guru Gamer. Oh, nice. There's an update for EPL, too. Does it support SSTU? I think so. I'm pretty sure that it does move all of the command pods from SSTU to later on in the tech tree. FTL, hanger extender. I believe that it'll be fine for us to update all of these in the middle of the playthrough. I'm not positive, but I think so. I'm a little nervous about any of the ones that aren't LGG, because I haven't spoken to Nerte in like forever. I could just sort it by author and get all of his stuff together, but I'm kind of looking at the other ones too. Too many orbits. Okay, I think that'll be fine. It's a lot of updates. That part will only take a second, but then I'm going to go just hit the head real quick. Go to the restroom. Because this part will take a minute. And while that launches, I also need to update our stream name. Stream title, whatever. Let's go to video producer so that I can steal the name from the one from yesterday. Tomorrow I'll do day 21. I'm just going to do this one as day 20.5 because we don't have a whole lot of time left. So I don't know exactly what we're going to get done. And then we'll go and update the game that we're playing too. To Kerbal Space Program. Sweet. Okay, so like I said, this will take a couple of minutes. I think it takes like 3 or 4. I won't take that long. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go to the restroom real quick, maybe grab a water. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. Figured it was a good time, though, since we got so much launching to do. And I think it might be time to put up 2 stations. The research station, I would like to make that one into a hotel as well. So I do want to build a hotel contract. And then we're going to trick the contract into thinking that we're just building a hotel, but it's secretly also going to be a research station. Then Station Science is a mod that we have installed, and that adds a bunch of experiments that you can do over time. So it adds a whole boatload of different parts. It's got cyclotrons, can't remember the name of that one, never can. You have a thinker laboratory. I think that one might be the animal laboratory thing, I don't know. And then over here you can see some of the different experiments that you run over time. So I want this one to be kind of its own thing, because it's going to have a lot of parts, and we're going to put it all together in orbit. The parts are fairly heavy, and plus it's fun. So we're going to put all of it... We'll come up with a design for everything in the VAB. The whole thing will be complete, and then we'll break it down into different parts for different launches, probably. But the laboratory one, the large labs, that one I want to launch as one thing. So we're probably looking at a very big... somewhere around, I don't know, I think we could probably call it a conservative, 50-ton payload. And there may be a couple of pieces of that I have to actually add in orbit, too. So that'll be the main focus for tonight. Try and get everything all planned out, and then we'll start to break it down. And we'll probably design a couple of different lifters and use the same lifters for the different pieces, depending on what'll fit. The research station is going to need its own lifter, though, a custom lifter, because that one's just going to weigh a hell of a lot. And I want to launch the entire thing in one piece and make it into a hotel. Then, outside of that, I don't think we've unlocked the panorama yet. The only other thing that I can think of, though, is there's a viewing part. I want to put a viewing cupola and a panorama on both ends of our previous hotel. So we got to come up with a way to install those. And I'm kind of thinking mount them just upside down. And then tear off the decoupler, uninstall the decoupler on EVA later on. I'm trying to remember if it'll let me attach a part like that directly to a decoupler. Because then I could install it upside down. See, we have a welding docking port that has to go on the top. So we're going to be building it upside down so that we can put it on there. And I'm kind of thinking of how I also can control such a heavy part without any monopropellant on that side, because I won't have the flexibility of a drone that I can put on the end. Gotta have that docking port exposed. And I don't think it'll have any docking ports other than that, because I think we're just going to stick with the 2 main airlocks and the 2 docking ports for now. I don't know, we'll see how it looks. We'll see what we can come up with. I was thinking about adding farms to it too, but everybody pays for such short trips. Nobody wants to stay up there for a month. So I don't think that for the hotel we have to worry too much about life support. I think that we carry enough... well, if we did need food, we would carry it in the transport itself. Alright. So it should be about done. And then as far as the science station, I still haven't decided if I want to go with one lab up top and then a core structure piece that leads to an opposite facing lab. One of them will face upward and one of them will face downward. Or if I want to go with more labs, but probably just the two, because that's 30 tons just by itself. They're 15 tons apiece. And then for that one, those scientists will be staying up there for quite some time. So we do need, like, farms and whatnot on that, and I may add those later. So we shouldn't have any ongoing tourist missions, I don't think. We do have many satellite missions and probes that are up there, but we just got enough science from our last telescope that we were able to unlock the Netherdyne University piece over in orbital megastructures. And that's going to be one of the ones that we focus on mainly today. I'm just going to look briefly here. They're fairly easy to spot, and I'm looking for any additional experiments that or modules that are associated with station science. Because if I have them all, what the fuck is a mass driver? Cool. It's a monopropellant nozzle that uses rocks. What? Okay. By emitting ionized rock dust through a small thruster port, this engine can produce a combination of low-efficiency, high-burst, maneuvering thrust, or high-efficiency, low-thrust propulsion, and it runs on rock dust. How cool is that, it says. That is kind of cool. Not necessary for anything that we're going to be doing today, though. I think we might have all the pieces done, and that's the only thing that I was really waiting on. We're going to modify the wingless shuttle that we've been using. Ah, there's one right there. The eccentric quarks experiment. And I think there might be an exotic one that uses those eccentric quarks. So we may have one other node somewhere in here. It shouldn't be in heat stuff. And I wouldn't think that it would be in survivability or logistics. I do want to grab that big ol' hydroponics module pretty soon, though. The aquaculture too, but the aquaculture weighs a shit ton. I guess they actually both weigh about the same. For some reason I was thinking that the aquaculture was quite a bit more heavy than the hydroponics module, but doesn't look like it. Okay. So we definitely have the one experiment here. But that's all I see. Let's check these two. So the tech tree has been restructured by a mod called Probes Before Crew. And then on top of that, we're using Community Tech Tree. You have to have a Community Tech Tree to use Probes Before Crew, I believe. Yes, I always use the hide empty tech tree nodes. And I will say that when you have Interstellar Extended, the tech tree looks far more impressive than without it. But I had some issues with compatibility. It just doesn't play very nicely with other stuff. So on my days off, I'm going to try upgrading to 1.73. And hopefully it won't affect this playthrough, but if it does, I think what we'll do is finish this playthrough out in 1.7.1, the current version that I'm on right now. And then for the second half of the playthrough, because we're going to break it up into two parts, the first part we're focused on making money and unlocking the entire tech tree through the campaign mode. Once we've done all that, it's basically a sandbox game. So to make the game perform well, I'm going to start over on a new game. And yeah, I don't see any other experiments. So we just have the one node to unlock. What was the actual price on that? I could probably grab it right now, couldn't I? We don't have any prereqs or anything? Yeah, let's just grab it. That'll give us a very inexpensive battery pack that I like to use too. It holds 6,000 charge, and we'll see a lot of station contracts that will require like 20,000 charge, so it's nice to be able to sort in fewer parts. Nice, and we also got the super lithium battery, which stores power in the form of a kilowatt hour. So it's actually an upgrade to the capacitor that we've been using. So that's fantastic as well. Okay. Well, now that we have that, we could go, really either way. Could do, either station. I would rather focus on the main science station first, though. And I also have some viewers that I need to put in. There were some people that got a hold of me last night while I was offline that would like to join up. If any of you guys would be interested in joining the playthrough as a scientist or a pilot or anything, just let me know. And we can make that a thing. So, I'm gonna have to go with an SSTU probe core. I may have to actually sidestep one of my own rules, one of my own house rules for this. Because you can't think of any other way around it. So the issue is, I always try to remain completely crew passable with any station that I build, from tip to toe, and I can't think of any way to actually do that and have a probe core. And I don't want the station to count as debris or anything. I need a root part that is a probe core, but I don't have a crew passable probe core, and I can't use an SSTU part as a root part because of a bug. So I'm looking around to see if I can find any that do have like a crew tube. I guess the other thing that I could do is a station part for the root part. Yeah, we do have a USI probe core, but if I use that as the root part, we're going to throw no refs. So I definitely don't want to do that. The only other thing that I can think of is like the station core. I think it'll work. We're going to build our probe core assembly down on the rest of the vessel. I think that'll be just fine. And then we don't have to sidestep that rule. So that would be great. Let's look at our hubs. Because we have a few different options. This is the same diameter as that one, but I'm not sure if that's actually the one that I want to use, because it will require a set of adapters. One of those, and then another one to go down to the lower diameter. And these, the labs are really heavy, so I'm not so sure if I actually want to go down to a lower diameter. Okay, so you remember in Star Trek how some of the stations had like a big old dome-looking globe thing at the top, and then they kind of trailed off to a tail that was down at the southern part of it, and then all the ships kind of docked to the saucer section-looking thing that was up at the top? Maybe we could go with something like that and not have a crew passable at the very bottom of it, and be able to add in that probe core, and still go to a lower diameter, but then flare out to the larger diameter later on in the vessel. That might work. I would really love to have the astrogation module too, because I think that would look fantastic on top of this thing. So I don't have any very smart probe cores. I'm going to use the Octo 2 for the root part, and since the Octo 2 is a bit of a dummy, I'm also going to put an SSTU probe core in there with it. But I don't want that to be the root part, like I'd said before. I'm just gonna make them about the same size. Okay. And then I want the probe core to nose down to the east, just like everything else. So I'm going to rotate it, throw it out on the pad just to double check and make sure that I did it right. If I didn't, I'll pick it up and I'll rotate it back around. And we're going to build this from the ground, from the bottom up. Although I may launch it upside down, so that all of our weight is at the base of it. But I think it'll be easier to design it upright and then flip it. So all I'm looking for here is that little notch on the direction indicator on our nav ball. I want that pointed toward the 90 line, so I am backwards. A tug that carries a station part. You'll see why I don't want to put this together up in orbit when I get it done. It'd just be really difficult to align the two parts, and that's really the only reason. So I need the little sticker to point that way. And then we should be good to go. The little Octo 2 sticker there. Yeah. Okay, so I need a service bay, and we're going to go with a big one. This is going to be at the bottom of the vessel. We're going to use an adapter off of that. We're going to have some wasted space, so I might be able to throw something else in there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I want to put in there. Maybe a maneuvering package? Would that make any sense at the bottom of the station? It would have to have some sort of thruster. It would need the ability to adjust its own orbit slightly and to pivot around. I wonder if that one will fit. I doubt it. Thinking of a small reaction wheel here too, even though it gets nerfed by mandatory RCS. I'm looking for those like heavy duty thrusters that we used on the previous station, and I'm not seeing them. I've gone blind. Help. There it is. It's right freaking there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There. I want 4 of those, and I want these inside of the bay, if they'll fit. So let's look at the size of the payload bay that we have. Yeah, they'll fit. So I'm trying to center the nozzles a little bit, and then we'll add a monoprop can to the bottom of that. We should probably also do some of our power stuff in here too, if I have room. I think I'll actually do an external monoprop can. So I'm going to use an SSTU tank so that we can change the size and shape and everything of it. That'll go right there. Let's just move the diameter of it to the same diameter as this thing, and then we'll use the options for SST to give it a bit of a slant. And I want to switch this over now before I forget, over to monopropellant. So this will hold 1,000 monoprop, and that should be pretty freaking handy. Let's also go over to our power options. There's a contract that we have to take before we actually put this up here. I'm going to go with the new super lithium battery that we just unlocked. And I want to make sure that it doesn't... oh, shit. I'm actually going to have to scale that down to the same size as the part that these are attached to, or attach them to this. I think I'll attach them to this. I think I'll do something more along these lines. And then we'll scale this down as low as we have to so that everything fits inside of this properly. So I need a bit of an offset here, because I do want this to be as large as possible. think that's about as good as I can get. I'm just not so sure how I feel about the forward-facing nozzles being inside of this. It just doesn't feel like it makes much sense, does it? The side-facing nozzles would be fine, but that wouldn't really do anything. These two, this one here and that one there. And I don't have anything that's this powerful that's in a V pattern. So this has a thrust of 1. That one's 0.7. The one that we're looking at is 4 or 7 or something. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. I guess linear nozzles. Thrust power 4. I believe that that's the same. Okay, yeah, so they're both power 4. I think these make way more sense. Do I want them at a 45 degree, or do I just want 2 of them? And then if we need any additional control outside of these, we'll probably add that to the deployer. Oh yeah, there's plenty of clearance in there, sweet. I just wanted to make sure that the nozzles weren't poking out, but I do want them to actually be attached to the surface of something. Something like that. I also kind of don't like the top of the gyroscope being exposed. So it's just a nitpicky thing, but... I'm just gonna rearrange all of that stuff in here. I think I like it. So we have a small gyroscope, we've got our power storage in the form of a super lithium battery. Should we just do our grand tour now? Because I'm not sure how much power and everything it's actually gonna require. Let's make a Science Station 1 save real quick, so that we don't have to redo any of this stuff. Oh, and I need to accept the contract too. And unfortunately, even with Mission Control or Capcom or any of those things, I can't accept it inside the vehicle assembly bay. So we want anything that has to do with building a station, really. Visit an asteroid, visit an asteroid. Here's 4 additional people that want to visit the hotel, so we'll take that. We should probably take the low Kerbin orbit missions as well. And I like it when we accept these at, you know, closer to the back half of the stream when more people have shown up, because you guys should be included in these contracts. So we have 4 more people that want to go over the Great Desert. That's fantastic. That is just about on the equator. It's really easy for us to hit that target, and they pay really well, like $250,000. These guys want to go over the Badlands, and I don't know where the hell that is, so I'm not going to accept that one yet. We want the investor tour. So Luizo is going to be the guy that we take around to get our contract to build this hotel. Definitely accept that one. A group of high-resolution ScanSat surveys of Duna. Do we have the orbital information of Duna? Yeah, I do a lot of contract packs. I do the ScanSat contracts. I think we have clever sats. Let's just take a look real quick, because they're all pretty much together. There's another contract pack If Isley isn't around, post on Discord, ask Isley on Discord what contract packs she uses. So I'm using Clever Stats, Kerbal Academy, Remote Tech, and Tourism Plus right now, and I think there might be more. There's one of them that's not available on CCAN that I want to use, but I have no idea what the hell the name of it is. I need to ask Isley myself, because I want to make sure that we have that in for future playthroughs. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that they're all in that one little area. There's a really neat one that Linux Guru Gamer is taking care of now that makes you, like, take care of your station. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. But by and large, the contracts are very similar to the stock ones and to... God damn it, I can't think of the mod. And there's a couple that, like, medical emergency contracts and stuff like that that just don't make sense to me, kind of. That's my only problem with them. Like, they would make more sense to me if it were something like... I'm trying to think of... Oh, Darn It, I think. Is it Darn It or Dang It? And then, is it Barrows? There's a couple of different mods that introduce, like, part failures and, you know, just bad stuff that happens randomly throughout your flights. I think that that's how something like a medical emergency makes a lot more sense. Where all of a sudden it's like, okay, this is happening, you need to devote some time to it. Instead of in a contract form. Because in a contract form, it's like, well, I don't feel like having a medical emergency or an evacuation right now, so I'm just not going to. And if they did have something like that, that were just like a random part failure thing that happened during flight, then, what? The fuck? This is a planet that we haven't found yet. Kalinia. I don't think we've found it yet. If they did have that, then I would totally go for it. Kalinia. It might be a moon. Well, that sucks. So we shouldn't be offered contracts for things that we haven't found yet, and that would be a problem with research bodies right now, unfortunately. We might be able to fix that. No, it's a cacti contract, so it's definitely a cacti thing. Huh. That's weird, because I didn't think that cacti would offer you contracts for things that you didn't already have either. Destination Kerbin. So it wants us to take a photo of something that we don't know about. Something that we haven't found yet. It does pay pretty good, and 108 science would be handy. Eve, though, we know where Eve is. And we also know that Eve is exceedingly close to the sun. Like, it's very difficult for us to get a photo of Eve. I think I'm going to take that one, though. I think I'm going to accept that contract. Because that'll be a good opportunity for us to test out a new line of ships that we need to design that are just crew transports. So 2 tourist oversight, not going to take that. High resolution ScanSat surveys of Duna. Should we do a Duna mission? Or start a Duna mission? We need a high resolution altimetry scan as well as an ore scan. So we have 2 pieces of equipment that need to be on this probe. And Duna is outrageously far away right now. So we're going to need a hell of a lot of DV to accomplish it. I think we'll accept it. If we were to wait another, like, 3/4 of a year, Duna would actually be in the perfect spot for us to do that mission. Where the planets are as close together as possible, but right now it's on the opposite side of the sun from us, so that's going to be a tricky one. And what do you guys want to go to? Excellent. This is one of those itinerary ones, and this is where Strategia is a little overpowered. Who do we got? Mr. Flip. Plarf ZKG. Based Reptile. Lee, Sintaraz, and Nivorbian all want to go up into orbit, and they're going to pay us a little bit of money and a shit pile of science because of our strategy that we've chosen. So I'm definitely going to exploit the shit out of that, because I want to finish out this tech tree. move on to the more, you know, interstellar focused stuff. Then as far as the flybys, I haven't designed that yet, and I want to focus on the stations right now. But they're all going to fucking Minmus. So we need an 8-man vessel that can go, because it's going to be all of these guys plus a pilot. That can go out to Minmus and come back. They're going to be in space for about 2 months, I think. So we would need 3 months worth of food. I can't think of a single vessel that we have right now that's really suited for this purpose as far as tourism stuff, so that would be a whole new vessel. I'm going to take it since they all match up and they're all flybys of Minmus. I think I'm just going to grab them. Did I just grab the wrong contract? Or were there 4 of them? Shit, I accidentally grabbed the Badlands mission. Hey, look at that. Mr. Arctic is going to be one of our curveballs going on this one. So one thing that I was trying to previously do is not overlap active crew with tourists as far as the names go. But it does make the list of exclusions fairly long and kind of a pain in the ass. So I don't think I'm going to worry about it. If you want to be in the game and your guy has already been a tourist, just let me know. Hey, look at that! Naughty No-No is coming on one of those flybys too. Awesome. We were hanging out with Naughty last night after we hung out with Geisha. So once again, just last time I'll mention it, but if you would like to be part of the playthrough, if you would like your character spawned into the game to join us, all I need to know, we're going to go by whatever name you contact me under. So if your name on Discord is different and you want it to be your Twitch name, let me know. But get a hold of me on Discord, in the YouTube comments, or in Whisper on Twitch, so that I have it up there. It's not just going to scroll off of the screen. And I'll make sure that I get you into the game. IR Pancake has asked to be added to the game as a pilot. So let's just do that right now. And we're just going to cheat them in. And IR Pancake... actually, I might wait on him, because I can't remember if Pancake is currently subbed or not. And if you're a sub, then you're going to be senior crew. You don't start out with any additional experience or anything like that, but you do get the badass trait and the senior crew trait. So, but otherwise, even if you're not a sub, totally let me know. I'll still totally put you into the game. It's not a requirement for you to be a sub or anything like that. And we do need, I mean, there's no real difference other than the uniform. But it's just something extra to throw in for people that have subbed to the channel. So we're going to do our tour here. Mr. Luizo wants to go around and check out our whole facility. And I think we might update our car, because I believe we have better wheels that we can use now. So totally a sidetrack from the previous one, but it is required before we go and put up our first hotel, or our first station, if we want to make that station a hotel as well. So we're going to leave this off and go over to our science car, and I may have to actually build it over in the other, over in the spaceplane hangar. So I have 2 cheese cars, and those are full of science experiments. I think for our tourists, though, we're going to retrofit them and get rid of all the extra gear. So this is one of our science cars, and at the time it had all of our experiments that we had available attached to it. We have these radially attached SSTU material bays. We had our mystery goo cans. We're using a piston to extend a little drill that takes surface samples, and we've attached it to a lab so that everything can be reset without us actually having to get out of the vehicle. And this worked okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I really wanted to change about it. Not much. I think we're gonna go for a staff car though. There's one piece that I do want to keep off of that, and that would be the capacitor. This little bay here, all it has is science equipment, and we shouldn't need that. See, it's just hollow, so it prevents us from having a back door on this thing. and it's just got additional experiments that are inside of it. So I think that can go. And I can't remember if we already had a staff car. If we do, I don't want to save over the name of it. The cheese cars are more specifically for science. The staff car shouldn't require any of that, though. I don't see a staff car. I just fucked up all kinds of things. I keep forgetting that I have to leave my mouse up there, or like if I hit space. Why am I typing mouse? Staff car. 1. If I move my mouse off of that and I hit space, then I'll like undo moves and stuff like that down here. I'm gonna start a whole new save for the staff car. The wheels can all go because I believe we have an upgraded set. Let me double check. The landing modular wheel. Are you resizable? Damn. You're not. Yeah, we're gonna use one or the other of these two cars. The Rove Max Model M1 or M1F. So these guys can all go. We no longer need a set of science gear either, so all of that can go. We won't need to get into the in through the front anymore. We're gonna add that to the back of this. I do have an adapter that I want to put on there so that it looks pretty though. Get rid of all those. No magnetometer anymore, and we don't need an atmospheric whatever variometer thingy thing. So this is going to go under the adapter, which is kind of the only immersion braking part that we're going to have on here. I think I'm actually going to upgrade it to our new one. If I can find it. There. Oh. Another piece of gear. And then I want our just structural adapter, just an end cap for this, for us to attach the back door to. Oh shit, did I scroll past it? There we go. Okay, we shouldn't have anything blocking the door. Like to make that flush if I can, but I have to allow for enough room for the big old battery. Looks good. And we'll go for wheels. She's a bit wide-bodied, but I think she'll do. And I don't know which ones to use. So these are kind of neat because they have a wheel well. Is that what that's called? No, that's... It's not really a wheel well, is it? Wheel well is what the wheel goes inside of. These are bigger, though, and that makes me kind of think that they might be the better way to go. Oh, and there's color options too, so we can actually have that match up to the rest of it. I think we'll go with this one. With the mudguard or whatever the fuck that thing's called. Oh, let's also look if there's a difference between their tolerances. Ooh, so this one's not as strong as this one. That would actually be a game changer. Because I don't want to be worried about popping a flat all the time. Okay, and just to make sure that these are both lined up properly, I'm going to move this one all the way up and clip it into the other part till they're pretty darn close to identical, and then we'll move it back into position on the back of the vehicle. I think I might go for 2 back wheels. Two sets. So it really doesn't look like I have enough clearance. I may actually need to attach axles to the bottom of this and then put them on the end of the axles. Okay, and then another important thing. We're gonna do steering with the front wheels. And I'll leave the brakes at default on the front. I want the brakes here to be slightly more powerful, and the brakes here to be more powerful than either. I want the nose of the vehicle to, you know, kind of dip down when we hit the brakes. I don't want it to, don't want stronger brakes on the front so that it flips over all the way. I want it to drag to a stop from the back forward. Then for the back ones, no steering. I may have to enable it for the middle one, and I may actually have to swap it so that it's rear directed, but motors enabled for both of the back ones, no motor enabled for the front one unless we have to. Then for spring and damper, spring strength I'm going to take probably all the way up to the highest, because I think we're going to have a problem with keeping this thing off of the ground. It's really, really low, so I'm going to make those fairly static. Let's also look, do we have any new Mark II compatible cockpits? It doesn't look like we do. So we'll just stick with this one. This is kind of what this was designed for too, so it does fit, but I wanted to, you know, go ahead and compare if we did have any other ones. Alright, save it. Any kind of stowaway is fine. Whoever wants to come along with this little test romp should be okay. And I can't remember if this had lighting, so let's go take a look. I want to point it to the west so that we're pointed right at the ramp to go down off of the pad. Nice. Okay, so it does have headlights, and I believe that those are just integrated into the part. I don't think we added anything to do that. The spring strength seems okay at rest. Let's see how she performs. Looks like it's going to do okay on steering control. I don't know, as strong as those springs are, I might just move them further out on the vehicle. Looks like our wheel distance is okay. Oh. That was a little rough. Kind of made the game chug a little bit, trying to figure out what the hell was going to happen there. I don't know. I'm really worried that we're too low to the ground. Let's go ahead and slow down. Do some off-roading stuff. And what I'm looking for when we're doing this is, are we going to drag our belly? Is that going to be a problem? Okay, so I do need to go into 6-wheel drive for this. Because I'm lifting 2 of my back tires up off of the ground. Oh, that was so close. I'm going to back up. Try that again. Yeah, so the front wheels need to come forward or be further down. Because I'm definitely hitting the cockpit on the edge of that, and I think I may have also been bottoming out on my belly there. So if the wheels end up having to go too low, I won't really have much of a choice other than to install some sort of an axle, because of the curve of the vehicle itself. But we'll see what we can do. I think I'm going to aim for here, which is going to require for these guys to come in here, lowering our wheelbase, making this a little bit more dangerous to drive, at least at high speeds. So the first step is just to match them all up. Every time. I think I might have fudged up the widths on some of those, but it'll be okay. They almost flare out. I think that these are a little bit wider than these, which are a little wider than that, but I don't think it'll really affect much. I don't want to be too nitpicky. Speaking of nitpicky, do I want an additional headlight? The 2 looked good, but I'm kind of thinking that we need some high beams. Probably just one high beam. Because they both kind of shone like directly on the ground. Might not be able to get away with that though. I'm going to move it as close to the edge of the window as I can get. Just so that we have a little bit more clearance. I don't want to be ripping this thing off every time we go up a hill. Okay, save that. Just going to go ahead and re-enable the motor on the front too, since we had a problem there. Because I don't expect for that problem to go away. We'll try the new wheel alignment. Come on, buddy. We have a lot of mods, sorry about that. It does take a while for it to load up the first time. Transition over to flight mode, you know? Yeah, I like the high beam. Okay, I think I can move these up just a bit, but I won't really know unless we test it going over a hill. And I guess what I could do is go for 2 of these lights that are actually out on the side, but tilted up a little bit, and that would eliminate that problem of it being on the nose. So we came off of the ramp for the pad, no problem. I don't see any issues with us like veering off to one side or another. No, I think I'm gonna have to leave them at this height, because we just don't have a whole lot of clearance there, and I don't want to bottom out when I'm trying to go up or down things. Oh, I think I did just tap that thing on the ground, though. Yeah. So normally I would move the front wheels forward, but I don't really want them any more forward than they are right now. I think it might be okay if I just get rid of the light. Let's also do a speed test here. And the entire purpose of this is if we hit a slanted surface, how fast can we be going before we pop a tire? Because I think the last one that we made had a limit of about 20 meters a second, so I'm going to try out there first. We'll see if we blow up that light. No, it was a much more gradual hill, so it actually did fairly well. Since I wasn't holding on to the accelerator or anything, you know, stomping on the gas, we did lose some speed as we approached. I wasn't really paying attention to that as much because I didn't want to miss the initial impact to see what parts exploded and exactly what happened there. Let's try at full speed going the opposite way, and we're going to hit the crawler way too if we make it past the launch thingy thing. So eventually these are going to be our rovers. Whatever we come up with for our staff car and our science cars, those are going to be rovers that we're actually going to take and put on the surface of the moons, and maybe even take them out to Duna. Or, well, Duna, or we might try Eve. I don't know, Eve's pretty tricky. So when we do that, we'll probably go and add a shitload of weight to them. I think that was just the light that blew up. I couldn't rotate around, so I couldn't see if it was the tire. Yeah, cool. It was the Illuminator Mark 1. So I'm going to reposition the light, and I don't know if it was the explosion of the light that caused it to hop up and do all that other weird shit. But I mean, that was way faster than we would actually operate the vehicle at. So we'll just reposition the lights and we'll go with 2 of them out to the side. And then I think we're ready to go for the tour. That'll give us a lot of opportunities to like turn around and stuff. So it should be fine. And I do want them angled down. I want them to shine on the ground, but I don't want them to shine just on the ground here and here. I'm looking for a nice wide spread of light there. I'm tempted to put some brake lights on this too. I think I'm gonna. If I can remember where our lights are. Why do I have a wheel in utility? Uh-oh. I hope I didn't break anything. Huh. Did you see any of our other lights? I had to have passed them. Went all the way to the bottom. There's this LED headlight from Chop Shop. I'm looking for the Omni lights from Surface Light. Oh, they're right fucking here. It's fine. And I used to go and put blinkers on these too, but I'm not going to worry about that this time. The brake lights are actually really handy, having a visual indicator of whether or not the brakes are enabled at the time. So, I think these are totally worth it. I don't think I'm going to fudge around with the wheels again. I think I'm going to leave them the way that they are. And then we have to go over to action groups, to the brakes, and we just add toggle lights. And then if I remember right, I don't think I start them enabled, but I can't recall for sure. But I do want to start these two lights on. Can I turn your lights on by default? Okay, shit. So what I'm gonna have to do is set everything up opposite of what I want. Start with those on, even though the brakes aren't enabled. Because when we hit U, it's gonna toggle all the lights. Go ahead and update our save. And let's do our tour. I should have actually checked our crew this time. We might have one too many people. Be kind of awkward show up to give a guy a tour of your facility and not have left him a seat open. I'm like, alright, you just go ahead and walk behind us. It'll be fine. Okay, so now when we turn on the lights, the rear lights will be deactivated. Why didn't you turn on? Weird. And then when we hit the brakes, our brake light should come on, but it shouldn't affect any of the other lights. Cool. So we need to head over there and pick up one or the other, and we want to pick up Luizo, who's going to offer us a hotel contract, rather than Don XPN, who would offer us a casino contract. So big difference. A casino contract is going to require it be made out of asteroids that you've captured, and we haven't captured any asteroids. Did I just pop a tire? What was that little hop-up that happened right there? I don't know what that was. Looks okay, though. I'm going to keep the speed nice and manageable. Play it safe. Sometime when we're out in the day, maybe we'll take this thing out and kind of try to rough it up and see what it really takes to flip it, but I don't want to fuck this mission up. And public service announcement, if you're doing this mission and something happens to your vehicle, get the tourist that you're given the tour to, get him out of the vehicle before you recover the parts. Or revert. Because if you recover it with him in there, he just kind of disappears. I think we got stood up. Oh, never mind, he's right there. I just couldn't see his little ass. Why don't you get comfortable? No surface sample. Remove your helmet. Remove your neck ring. Luizo is a lady. Come on, Luizo. Just goes to show, you never know. And I'm hoping that this thing is low enough for Luizo to get up into it. Shit. What have you done? Ha! Nailed it. So that's actually a problem. We'll add a ladder to it later. Or a mobility enhancer, as the game calls them. We want... Grigovich, thank you for the host. How are you doing? Appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. How did your stream go today, sir? Did I pass it? I'm looking for the hotel or the guided tour contract, because this passenger is going to want to go to these places in a very specific order. Oh my god, we have a lot of contracts. 4 years later. There we go. So, spaceplane hangar first. Let's get rolling. Let me make sure that I have Gregovich followed here real quick, too. Oh, I didn't. Now I do. So, Greg, what do you think of the Scum, if you're still around? Because it looked like it was going to be fucking fantastic. But everybody that I was watching play it, kind of eventually felt like they'd done everything that the game had to offer. And so it seemed like everybody's in kind of a holding pattern, waiting for more content to be added. Do you feel like they've added anything to it recently? Or what was your first impression of it if you're new, if you're, you know, just recently getting into it for the first time? Because I really want to buy it. But I'm a little bit apprehensive about the purchase, since I knew probably 7 or 8 people that were playing it at the time. Kind of like Postscriptum. The same thing happened with Postscriptum. A whole bunch of people were playing it, and then all of a sudden it just kind of faded away. And everybody felt like they'd pretty much done everything that they were going to end up being able to do in it until they add more stuff to it. But I think Postscriptum may have been released as a full version, so I don't know what else they were really planning on adding. And that's another one that I really want to pick up. Is the admin building that one? Or this one? I think it's this one. Oh, I can mouse over him. I was dead wrong. It's the one we're heading for. The facility's looking snazzy. We got a little pool going on out here. The admin facility looks all nice and spiffy. We just got everything all upgraded to its final form yesterday. We had kind of a mismatch of level 1, 2, and 3 buildings up until yesterday. Astronaut complex, and then we'll head over to R&D. Is it weird that we're driving over all of the lawns? Would that be an unsettling thing for us to do during a tour of the facility? Just go cracking out across the front lawn. That'd be fucking hilarious if you went to go and tour a college or something like that, and they threw you in a little homemade car thing and started driving across everything. Running over curbs and shit. Got the R&D, and I think we can get out here, can't we? Oh, come on, brakes. Come on, reverse. Sorry, sir, I missed my turn. Talking to the dude in the back. This thing actually seems really stable. One problem that I definitely foresee for this vehicle, though, if we go and throw it on the moon, or on Minmus, it's not going to weigh anywhere near as much. We're going to have a problem keeping this thing on the ground. It's got enough power. That won't be a problem, but, I mean, this thing is going to be outrageously slow. And we're also going to need to add an antenna and a probe cord to it. And then we have a mod called Bon Voyage, I believe, where we can have the crew that's inside of it remotely drive to the next destination. Because I don't know about you guys, but I stopped using rovers a long time ago. Even when I'd land at the connection of like 3 different biomes, it was still like a 3-hour drive to get around to all 3 biomes. Hitting one, no problem. Hitting the second one, sometimes problematic. Hitting 3, fucking nightmare. Total pain in the butt. So, and I'm also going to use a different version of this. We'll go and kit it out with all the experiments that we've unlocked since the last time we went around to all of the different facilities. And we'll go and grab that sometime too. So that's all we needed to do. Tour is complete. And now we should have a build a space hotel contract, and we're going to use the guidelines from that contract to determine some of the aspects of the research station that we want to put up. Because if this thing needs to hold like 150 people, we need to know now. So we're good there. No new ribbons, unfortunately. Back over to mission control. Back over to available contracts. And now we have a build a space hotel contract. It's going to pay out 600 grand. If we have a pilot involved, we could actually make more than that. So it looks like it's going to need 4 antenna, 2 docking nodes. It is going to have a 50 Kerbal capacity overall. And it's going to need 20,000 electric charge. Otherwise, it just needs to be in any orbit above, well, within Kerbin's SOI that's above 425k. So we'll accept that for sure. We're going to pull that up with Capcom just to reference it. Shouldn't be too difficult though. Use it as a bit of a checklist. And I don't know. This is going to be kind of tough. So I think what I want to do, I know that we're going to have 16 people up there all the time. Those 16 people are going to need supplies brought to them by the tourist vessels that come up to the hotel. So let's leave the staff car there. Let's go back over to our Science Station 1. If I can remember how to alphabet. It's not much of a station quite yet. It'll get there, though. I'm wondering if a couple of nozzles pointed in this direction and this direction might be a good idea. I think for now I'm going to leave it, though. I'm going to leave it just the way that it is. We've got all our monopropellant down here. So even though we have this battery, the super lithium battery, that'll store a shitload of power, it's storing it as kilowatt hours, and it's not satisfying the requirements of the contract. Let's see. I want this contract just up here for reference. Oh, I thought that I could resize this width-wise, but apparently I can't. Well, I can still vaguely read that. I'm sure that you guys probably can't, though. Oh, really? So I've resized the window, but the previous window actually still technically exists. I was gonna try and like move it off the edge of the screen so that it was just taking up a little bit of this. It's gonna be a fucking pain in the ass, though. So I'm just gonna revert it back to its previous size, and we'll just reference it as we go. Get over here. Oh, sure, now you can go off the screen. Freak. Alright, so 20,000 electric units. Thankfully, we don't need any liquid fuel that I saw. Capacitors. These batteries can hold quite a bit of power, but I don't think I can fit them in there. I'm kind of hoping that our battery packs that we just unlocked will be the way to go, since those hold 6,000. Some of the parts that we'll add later on will be able to store power too. So we don't absolutely have to make the entire mark, but we do have to make the entire mark by the time we're done with the build. So these guys, I think I need a radial attachment point to be able to stick them on the floor. They're gonna want like a specific spot to be stuck to. Yeah, so we'll just go with anything structural. Let's use the radial attachment point since that's what they're kind of designed for. And I'm gonna throw 4 of them in the floor of this. We're just gonna make them teeny. It is a bit cramped. don't think I like it. I could throw them anywhere. Oh, little bastards, they flipped upside down on me. I'm gonna have to throw the part away. There's no way I'm gonna be able to click on that. Little shits. I've paid more attention. So I think I'm going to give them their own bay, and I'm going to put 2 on the floor. Two on the floor and 2 on the ceiling. We'll see if they fit a little bit better. No. They don't. They don't. It's just not big enough. What about side by side on structural pieces? Do you fit better? Yeah, I might be able to do that. Okay. Not you. Oh. The hell? Okay. They're kind of puffing out a little bit. I didn't expect it to attach all 4 of them. Surprise! Sweet. So that actually gives us 25,000 electric charge just by itself. Totally worth it. I can't think of anything else that we need in here for now. Oh, yes I can. I sure am can. I want a Kerbal Engineer chip on this. Somewhere. Doesn't matter where. Let's put it on the floor. Let's get rid of those extra pieces that are in there too. And then on the opposite end, I'm gonna put a Omni antenna. I'm gonna do symmetry to try and line it up so that the parts kind of offset one another, and then I'll cancel symmetry before I attach it since I only want one. So just kind of aiming for the middle of the chip. This thing weighs 0.005 ton. And this weighs 0.005 tons, so the closer I can get them, the less offset we're going to have in our thrust. Not that it's going to matter, this thing's going to weigh so much that our thrust and everything else nothing would notice. Like, nothing would notice a 0.005 ton offset, but just, you know, just to get out of the way. So we are going to need some sort of an adapter here. This is that monstrous lab. But I do want to go up to the diameter of the laboratory. I still want some sort of a hub in the middle. That will likely require an adapter as well. Although I might just do a crew tube. Oh shit, it's even bigger than our crew tubes? You thick fuck. Okay. Alright then. Well, that's a bummer, because I don't know if I have an adapter that's gonna actually work for that. Okay, never mind. That'll work. For the lower one, let's go for the flat adapter. Then, to branch off to... I don't know if we're actually going to need habitats. Let's see, is this comfortable at all? No. No. 2 people would only want to stay up there for about 30 days. And we're going to have 16 that are there permanently, plus visitors. So let's do a station hub. That is not what I wanted. Trying to think of, like, would I want people to dock up to this in the middle of a farm, or in the middle of the living area, or just a crew tube? I wonder how it would look if we broke symmetry. I wonder if we would actually improve the look of it if we didn't remain symmetrical. So prepare your OCD. Because I'm kind of thinking maybe the docking port just leads into the main hub. On the other side of the main hub, living quarters. And off of the opposing 2 sides, food stuffs. And I don't have a hydroponics module, unfortunately, or the aquaponics module, so my only real option is to go to a lower diameter. I need a different adapter. Is this one? Wait, they might be the same diameter. I guess I have these as well, but I'm not sure how balanced they are with USI life support, honestly. So I would prefer not to use them. Oh yeah, food cans. We're gonna need food cans. This would be an alternative, potentially, for the blimp. And SSTU also offers a potential alternative. Just looking through the other parts that I don't use very frequently to see if there's anything else that might make sense that we might want to integrate or add. Fuck, that won't afford me an airlock. We could do the airlock on the other side of the habitat, I guess. How comfy is this? So now 2 people, instead of just 30 days in this thing, they would be more than happy to stay up here for 6 years, nearly 7 years. So we're definitely moving up. They would only have 3 days worth of food between the 2 of them, unfortunately, but we'll take care of that as we go. But I'm thinking that one of these is not going to be able to be crew passable. And I'm trying to think if this were something that I were living on. I wouldn't want to ship docking to where you know, I would be asleep. My anxiety levels would never recover from any of that. Yeah, so I think I'll put the farms just off, both farms off to the side. If I can find them. Oh yeah, they're in here. Oh nice, so I don't need an adapter, I love that. Farm there, and then to cap them off, we'll throw a smaller automated farm. Because it does make sense that that would be at the hallway. At the, you know, the end of the farm would be, you know, just more farm. On the other side of this, though, I'm kind of considering whether to make this storage. The farms are from USI Life Supports. Oh no, I'm sorry. The hydroponics module and the Nomomatic. Oh, no, okay. So the Nomomatic, these ones on the end, those are from USI Life Support, and that one's not attached properly. The hydroponic farms in the middle here with the doors, those are from Stock-alike Station Parts Expansion Redux. Stock-alike Station Parts Expansion, basically. Fuckles, I also need a recycler. And I totally forgot about that, didn't I? The recycler can be used for a crew tube, though. And I believe that I may have some structural parts. This will actually work out better, because it won't... oh, never mind. That one doesn't have any windows that point up or down, either. But I like that it doesn't have any windows that just point to the base of that. It wouldn't make any sense, would it? Why would you look at a window that faced a wall? It's to let sunlight in. So more than likely I would have covered them up with something else. Oh shit, I don't have any large diameter cans. Oh, okay. We're good. Now, I don't think that that can is crew passable. So this is gonna have to go down here. Down in food storage, because nobody would actually, you know, they would access this via EVA, not just walk down here. Yeah, I think this will work out. So then docking port over here. Or shit, I have to pick one or the other. I want a docking port and I want an airlock. We can do the airlock on the front. Heh. Okay, structural. You fucking got this. I want to turn the windows so that they face outward to the sides. And coupling. This is gonna be a fucking nightmare to get into space. So I was projecting somewhere around 50 tons. We're actually going to be somewhere between 75 and 100 more than likely. Because we still have stuff to add, and we're currently at 66.7 tons. Docking port. So, solar. Let's go with the flat adapter. On the habitat. Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, son of a bitch, I thought I had a flat adapter. I hadn't even noticed that one. And then before I grabbed that, I saw this little piece, and we're going to use that for an end cap. Unless... do we give them a viewing cupola? in the middle of the living space. So the way that living space in a station like this would really work, what I think anyway, the window would probably lead into an open room. This one would lead into, so the center of it would be hollow, just a place to chill. And then you'd have your little sleeping cubbies along the outside of it. But not in the direction of a window. So nobody would have a window in their bedroom. You're going to be zipping around the planet so many times that you're going to go through many, many day and night cycles. You wouldn't want a window that, you know, leads right into wherever you're trying to sleep. I guess you could always use shutters, though, couldn't you? I'm liking the spacing. I do think that I'm going to move these two in a little bit. Because I don't like the difference in size there. Just want to make absolute certain that this part is not going to clip into this part. I just don't like the base of this adapter being wider than that thing. And I could scale it down, but that's also going to scale down the opposite end. Now, I do have a structural adapter that's variable, and where we can independently set the sizes at the top and the bottom of it, but I think these ones look better. So that leaves us at just about 67 tons, without any additional food or anything like that added. Let's see if these are empty. They are. Cool. I'm going to load these up with food and fertilizer. Mulch will make naturally. Mulch is just random waste. How are we looking on the food? So for one person, 5 years worth of supplies. Problem is, we know that we're going to have 16. So that would give us about a month, depending on how many tourist missions we're coming up to this thing, before we would need to actually, like, rotate crew, probably. Or just bring them up a huge, you know, thing of supplies. Because well, it's technically 4 farms. Oh yeah, and these guys can hold fertilizer and supplies too. Which does add to the weight of the vehicle. That puts us at 68.5 tons. Can you hold anything? They have 40 supplies, so they have like literally one little snack covered in this whole piece. It's got a bag of chips. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw the airlock in there on the top. I'm gonna see if I can just do the big airlock. Welcome back, Paula. Oh, it's in utility. Like, I know it exists. So if we have to, we'll use the small service airlock. I'm hoping to get away with this one, though. Not without an adapter. Which is fine, it's only one additional part. And the airlock itself can hold food too, as far as I know. What happened when 2 silkworms challenged each other to a race? It ended in a tie. Get up. No, good one. I love cheesy ass jokes. Lay 'em on. I think I'm gonna leave all of the handholds on this thing. Because it's a science station, you never know what the hell these kooky guys are gonna be doing. I do want my move tool though. What the hell? Work. I want to move that as low as I can without it clipping out the sides of it. So what do we think? That looked like an adequate space laboratory. Or if we were Dexter, a laboratory. I think I do want one of the bigger adapters on the bottom of this one, actually. I like the flat adapter, but I think I like being able to move that up more. It's not small. It's a little big. It's a wee bit big. Oh shit, and what's our actual capacity? No, I'm 20 people short. I have to be able to house 50. Well, McFuckles. The hell's a girl supposed to do about that? There's more habitat stuff. I was thinking of a centrifuge habitat too, but if I do that, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to be able to dock in the center here, and I don't really want to dock to the front. Oh, nice. Now you gotta get a screenshot in 60 hours, though, Dom. Dom just hit over 600 hours viewed. But I think he was AFK for the vast majority of it. Huh, Dom? I may move that out further. Dom says no. I was here. I live here. Hey, nope. There. Hello? I can't deploy this? Oh, it's a storage module. I gotcha. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It's fine. I would never AFK in that 600 hours. Not once ever. I think I'm gonna hide some of the parts down below inside of a service tube, too. 'Cause this is ugly. And I dislike it. I don't think I can tweak scale you, can I? Shit, no? Okay. If I could, then I would make it a little bit narrower. Just downsize it slightly to make it slimmer. Because I can scale these, so I would be able to do the same thing with all of these parts, and then I would just put a fairing that would permanently cover them, but... Yep, back to KSP. Where I know my controls. Still though, Simple Rocket's pretty good game. Not bad. Needs a little bit of polish, and that's about it. So what if we were to go with a dirigible? Which is basically a fucking apartment complex. Then we're only 10 people short of our goal. The first 450, I definitely wasn't AFK, but it got a little dicey after that, huh? I may have to go with one of these on this side. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm still short, though, by one fucking seat. So, does anyone know, if I were to change the capacity of the hotel later on, would that affect the contracts that I would receive at all? Would it break it or anything? Oh, exam time? No, I added an 8-person part. 9 people? I don't know. I can hold 49 now. I need one more fucking seat. So what I was thinking about doing is cheesing it. Add that seat, but not permanently add that seat, you know? No, that's true. We don't have to build it in one go. We're gonna, but we don't have to. I still haven't even added solar panels. Even this thing counts as 2 seats, doesn't it? Where can I add one more seat to this? At the bottom. Above the adapter. Is that the wrong diameter? It would work. It would require 2 parts. We would have an adapter that would lead into it. Oh, that'll look way better. Mwahaha! What do you think? Does that look like a research station you'd be proud to live on? And we still have some other bits and bobs that I want to add. I want to block off extra doors. Let's see. It's comfortable enough for sure, I think. I think I might block them off with the... Yeah, 55 people can stay on this thing for over 2 years before they need to come home. I think I'll still block it off with viewing cupolas, though. Let's see if they'll look any good, though. Does that look weird, just random viewing cupolas off of that? Or does it look okay, breaking symmetry? Because I could definitely align them. I don't think it would detract from anything else on the view, on the station. You know, our spacing is just about perfect for some centrifuge habitats. Somewhere on this. Potentially 3 of them. It's not too bad, but I have like a window there and a window there. I could also do it in 4-way symmetry as long as it doesn't block a another window. Yeah, I think that's spot on. I think that looks really good, actually. I do think that I want to quarter turn it. Not all the way, but a little bit. So let's disconnect from there. Let's go and align those. Detaching all of these other parts so that they're not turned or slightly offset. I dig it. I like it. I don't even think I'm gonna add anything else. Well, I mean, I have to add, like, solar panels. There's a couple of things that I have to add, but I was considering, you know, upsizing some stuff, but I think that that's going to be just fine. So then for solar, to kind of add to the look of the thing, I was thinking the solar off of the laboratories themselves and at an angle. And I want probably 4 of our big guys on the top and the bottom. Because this is gonna have a lot of life support shit. Speaking of life support shit, should we start setting up our action groups now? Yeah, let's take a look. So, action group 0. Start habitat. Is there habitat stuff in these parts? I wouldn't be too surprised if there isn't. Negative. Start agroponics. And toggle bay doors. Start agroponics. Agroponics, toggle bay doors. Yeah, we've got about 25,000. Oh no, we're up to 29,000 electric charge. And then we also have, where is it? 479 kilowatt hours, which are somewhere over 1,000 electric charge per, I think. Start life supports. Start habitats. Start habitats. Shouldn't be anything in that one. What about this one? Nope. That one looks fine. So I wonder if I have a fairing large enough to put it around this thing. It sounded so fucking stupid as it came out of my mouth. But I think I might need one. The only other thing that I definitely need is 4 antennas. It's a requirement of the contract. We have to have 4 antennas. USI life support, yeah, it'll work in pretty much any map pack, but because of the size of it, you may want to tweak it a little bit so that your food lasts a little bit longer, because it's going to take you an entire month to get out to the like Minmus, and then you have your return time too, which is often longer than the approach time. And USI is kind of balanced out for the stock system. So you may want to scale down consumption. I'm liking those storage tanks. I think we'll come back to all of that stuff. And we'll just get what we absolutely need for now. Oh yeah, and we need surface lighting and everything too. Beer? Oh yeah. Oh baby. You know it. Alright, screw it. We'll just go to the antennas, because I can't think of anything else. And I also can't decide how I want to do the lighting. I am tempted to go and reconfigure this real quickly and see if we might go with some rotating parts. Food? Yes. I would like to eat today. She was actually asking me what I want to eat. Little relay antennas. Easy peasy. Not blocking any windows. I have an extra door there. It would kind of make sense to have a lower airlock though, wouldn't it? Are we still a Persian short? No, we're way over by a lot. What did I add that added those extra seats? Because this only had 6, doesn't it? Whoop, wrong hole. Get back on there. Oh god damn it. Soup, beans, and cornbread. That actually sounds pretty good. I've been craving chili lately and I have no idea why. Because I usually don't crave chili unless it's like really cold out, and it's hotter than fuck lately. Actually, I guess what I'm craving more than anything is probably like a chili dog, but 57? I'm a little confused. Were we not low on seats until I added this? I'm pretty sure we were. I have no idea. What would I do without the misses? Oh yeah, starve. And not drink. I only drink because of Deb. Just kidding! If anybody needs me, I'll be sleeping on the couch. And then maybe we can hide the rest of that can. I think I might just throw the batteries out there. I still need some sort of attachment point. I will see you on the couch, sir. I know they exist. Where are they? There they are. Nope. Nope. There. Does that look bad with those on the outside? In between the communications array? I think I might like it. Not sleeping on the couch. I think I might like the batteries being here instead of inside of here. Bring some coffee and cake. Yes! I think I'm okay with it, honestly, with the look of that. I think it'll do, donkey. So I need to disconnect from here. Please, just fucking disconnect. Why are you a nightmare? Oh, because I'm in the goddamn move tool. I'm going back to simple rockets. I don't know how to play this game. Don't think I need that anymore. Now that we have the blimp. Oh, did these count as seats? The viewing couple is counted as seats, so we added 8 additional seats after the fact. Oh. And I also didn't add them to my action group because I'm a dipshit. I think I want to move those a little bit more flush with the surface. So I think what I'm going to do is junk this one. Does that look about right? I don't know, I'm honestly a little bit tempted to put another setup here and maybe go with less hab space. I feel like this might be a little too comfy. It's a shame that I can't offset them though. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I would do without Deb. Can't say. Honestly, I'd probably end up moving back to Colorado. But beyond that, I have no idea. What do you think? I think it looks okay. So then I needed copy of this. That way we know that those parts are totally symmetrical. They are identical. Okay, one last question then. Well, probably not the last. Who am I kidding? Should I quarter turn one of these? Or should I leave them in symmetry? So should I have a line of windows there, 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 and there? Or should I have the top one offset from the bottom a little bit? I think it's definitely worth revisiting. But I don't know. I think that it does need a little bit more polish. Definitely no, like, humongous complaints. I did complain a lot about, like, the camera and some fairly insignificant things that really always boil down to just getting used to, you know, how the game is designed to be played. But, yeah, I think it's going to turn into a really good game. I am not disappointed that I tried it. I think it was totally worth the look for sure. Okay, and then we can put its hat back on. Oh fuck, what have I done with it? You see an airlock floating around anywhere? Is it inside of it? It is. Sneaky little shit. Here. Trying to get away. And I guess when it really comes down to it, this also has a docking port built into it, so we do have a backup docking port if it, you know, if we were to ever need it. Unless I go and move it flush like that. Oh, I think I do like the look of it more, but it invalidates the extra part. So if I open this, there is a docking port in there. It would be really difficult for us to use, but it might be handy in an emergency. Sending food up there when our transport's already docked to it. Typically I do have 2 docking ports on almost everything that I build. But I really like the look of it down flush, instead of just sticking up so high. What do you think? Think that looks better? I think it looks great. Because now it just looks like, you know, an extension of the dome part of it instead of something tacked on. So how do we feel about transitioning the farms to the end of the habitats and just going for full symmetry and 2 docking ports off of the farms? Because I'm more comfortable with people that are coming in and going through the farm than I am having them go through the habitat, I think. I think that that's a kind of a point of concern, though, you know, where the airlocks and the docking ports are. And you probably wouldn't want a disaster to happen where half of your crew that's on rotation is asleep, right? I don't know, maybe screw it. Maybe I just won't worry about it. So the reason that I wanted those little nozzles inside of this thing was for this to be able to reposition itself and kind of hold prograde when we were on it. But now I'm kind of thinking of getting rid of them. And not having any control on the station whatsoever. Just to make it a little bit more of a pain in the ass. I think I'm going to get rid of those, and then I think I'm going to take this to a point. Which I was going to do anyway with the fuel tank, but I think I'm just going to do it with structural pieces. So with that looking good, since this isn't supposed to be crew passable, if we just went with a structural part there. And I don't know what to end it with. Because I wouldn't want it to be a window. There's no point in having a window that no one can look out of. I really wish that I had an end cap that was similar to this one that was just blank, you know? No problem, Dom. Kick some ass on your exams, dude. Oh, I thought that was gonna have sizing options. AKA farming hours. GG. And then I'm thinking just lighting on this. Something to easily indicate where the docking port is on approach. I don't know, I'm a little bit tempted to hide the doors too, because nothing would ever actually access the battery or anything in there. Nah, then again, later on I'm gonna regret the shit out of that if I do it. When I want to get in there and mess around with the battery or something. I shouldn't have made a copy of that, that was stupid. Should've just grabbed a new one. Just thinking about putting another battery in here. Since we have so much room. I think it'll just barely fit. Because one thing that I am worried about is the laboratories do require electricity. Why the fuck are you connecting way down there? Okay. So that'll attach where I want the new battery to go, but the new battery won't? Heh. Get out of here. Go. Uh-oh. I broke it. Oh god. What the hell was that? That's so fucking weird. What the heck? No problem at all with attaching the station to it. No joy whatsoever trying the other way. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh no. I may have spoke too soon about the no problem at all thing. Just go on there. I don't want the battery on the bottom of it because then we'll be clipping into our stupid little antenna that nobody's ever gonna see. Oh Jesus. Okay, so one thing that I need to do is get rid of symmetry completely. Because the game's trying to load in like 4 copies of this every time I go over anything. Maybe I'll have better luck up here? There we go, baby. Oh, and I'm still clipping into it a little bit, so let's move this out. Oakley dokley. So, now, lighting. Better save the design. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? No, you're totally right. Good looking out. Nobody's likely to ever have to actually come in here for anything, but just in case they do, let's add some lights. Then that'll pretty much remain closed forever. Then I'm thinking spotlights from the bottom. Maybe. And some from the top, too. Okay, and let's throw surface lights up here for the airlock. Couple lights over here for this airlock. I don't think we really need lights over here. Probably just add them anyway. We shouldn't need any lighting around that. That should be lit up fairly well from the top, I think. Alright, launch stability enhancers. Let's go check out how it looks. And then we try to figure out how the hell we're going to get it into an orbit. Because it's nighttime right now, so we should get a good look at it. If not, we could try to time warp. It's gonna kraken. So, for getting this damn thing into space, I'm kind of thinking 6 liquid fuel rockets attached to the outside of it. And then a middle upper maneuvering stage for putting it into position. And I think we're going to need 6 because I'm pretty sure we're going to need a hell of a lot of big engines. This is a huge payload. And we can feed that from 4-way symmetry into 2-way symmetry down to the final positioning engine that'll put it into place. The hell? Okay. I can't reposition the camera. I can, like, change the angle. Oh, God. Alright. That's a problem. Let's just try to revert to launch and see what happens. Hopefully I'm not using a part that invalidates the build. The newest part that we've never used before is the new upgraded version of the battery, but the capacitor seems to work fine, so I wouldn't think that that would be the problem. I think it's the actual Netherdyne University part itself, if there is a problem with one of the part files. May have an incompatibility here. Or it could just be a fluke. Hopefully I don't need to relaunch. We'll check for null refs too. Yeah, because I didn't use an SSTU part for the root part. So we've avoided that bug. Can't think of anything else that's really all that new. So my hunch would be the university piece itself. This is actually a bug that we encountered earlier, I think. Yeah, so like I've just hit M to go out to map mode. The game is actually loaded. There's like it's like we have a hood over our eyes for some reason. See, the game is just fine. Leave anyway. I believe that I tried just going back into it without a relaunch and was unsuccessful, so I'm just gonna dive right into a relaunch. Sorry about that. Do you remember what vehicle we had that problem with? I think it might have been a version of our ground car. But once I did a relaunch, as far as I can remember, everything was cleared up and we didn't have that problem again. So... relaunching. It's gonna be great. I love relaunching this game. It's the best. Outside of that, I did update quite a few things. I don't think that any of them would be responsible. And I've also added a new mod by Linux Guru Gamer that increases the amount of memory that the game is allowed to use before it does a cleanup. And I wouldn't think that that would have anything to do with it either. Actually, so there's a similar bug that I've encountered before in the past, and it actually had to do with the tourism contracts. When it loads up that list of available tourism people to load in to the vehicle, if it doesn't load up properly, then it like locks you sideways underneath the crawler way, or like right at ground level, but you're like sideways looking up at the vessel. So this just might be a new version of that. And if it is that, then that's fine, because it doesn't happen very frequently at all, and all it takes is a relaunch. Oh yeah, it could have been one of the telescopes. For some reason I was thinking it was one of the cars, but definitely could have been one of the telescopes. We did successfully get all of our telescopes up into orbit, though. So we should be able to work around it, no problem. Or it should clear itself up with just a relaunch. I wonder how far out Deb is. And therefore how far out my beer is. No. So I think what I want to do, you know that shuttle piece that we used for our tourism stuff? In the screenshot for Station Science, they have all of those experiments loaded up into the back of one of those. I think we should make one of those, similar to that. Probably not the same one. Thank you for the follow, Peaches. Glad to see that you like loading streams. Peaches is like, no, I was following before I left, you asshole. It's gonna take forever. No, it should only take another couple of minutes. So I think what we'll do is break that station up into individual parts. I know that I probably want to bring up multiple of the power units, like the cyclotrons, the things that generate quarks, and that we need to, fill up a bar with them before we can actually perform the experiments. So I want to accelerate that process a little bit by bringing up multiple. And I can't remember how many I had to bring up last time, but I'm almost positive that I was bringing up like two cyclotrons and one of the other thing that I can never remember the name of. It's got a really funky name. I'll go find it and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Then the laboratories, I think we'll be able to bring up two of the main laboratories and two of the animal laboratories too. So I'm kind of thinking of setting it all up similar to like a human spine, with a main hallway that runs down the middle, and then with all of the laboratories facing, directly parallel with it, off to the side, and then our solar array on the top of it, and our docking port on the bottom of it. Then we would use a radial docking port to actually dock to the bottom of the station, and the station should orient to prograde. So that station I do want direct control on. we're going to build it with monopropellant nozzles built into it on the main stack. And then I think we put the main stack up in one launch, and then we can bring up all the other stuff 2 at a time. And we'll build a little space tug that will install all of these things. So we'll have to make everything all compatible for it. And that thing will probably dock to the front of the vessel. Of the station, I mean. I think it might work. So we're going to need a pilot and an engineer that'll take care of that. I believe the Thinker Research Labs hold 3 or 4 scientists. We need 16 scientists for the station that we're messing around with right now. So we need probably about 30 people. If we can get 30 people that want to be put into the game, then we'll go ahead and do it. And if not, we'll hire on just, the randomly generated curveballs. And then if anybody wants into the game later on, we'll just rotate crew. We'll pull the non-viewer curveballs out and we'll put you guys in. So anybody that wants to get into it, I said it last time I said it, it was the last time, but get a hold of me on Discord, send me a private message, or send me a whisper on Twitch, or just put it in the comments of the YouTube video, whether you'd like to be a male or a female, and what role you would like to go for. There's a shit ton of different things you can do. Like, we have MKS installed, so you can be a mechanic, a medic. I think there might be a psychologist in there somewhere. We've got, like, farmers. I don't think there's janitors. I think there's, like, 8 different roles through that mod, on top of the scientists, pilots, and engineers. So, pretty much anything will work. We definitely need more scientists than anything else, but scientists are going to be living on the stations that we put them on, so. Does Real Plume work on SSTU? I think so, but I couldn't really say for sure because, like, I know that there's no conflict, that I haven't had any errors, but this is my first time trying SSTU, and I already had Real Plume in, so I don't really know what Real Plume would look like, or what SSTU would look like without Real Plume. But they do work together. Or they do work in the same install. I just don't know if Real Plume is actually doing anything to SSTU. For absolute sure. So I don't know if I want to recollect that vessel and try... Oh, it's gone. It should have still been out on the launch pad. Interesting. What if I try to launch it from here? What the hell? What is this one? Why do we have 2 different saves with the same name? I'm scared. Hold me. I think I want that one. And I'm wondering if the tourist contract pack just isn't compatible with some other things. Oh yeah, the problem that I had was that 2 of the engines, the mainsail and the skipper, the plume is, I don't know, like 20 meters lower than or away from the nozzle. And I did kind of look at that one day. See, this thing didn't load up properly. I think that that's what the problem was. But it seems to have corrected itself. So just by itself, without the extra lighting, it doesn't look too bad. With the extra lighting, I don't know. The extra lighting almost looks funny. I think it'll look better without the spotlights. I think I would leave the surface lights there and here. What do you think, with or without? Except for, like, all of the internal lighting would be activated, just not the spotlights. So I guess a better way to compare that would be to just turn that off. And these off. Yeah, that was a little funky how it lit it up. Like the little rings on the university's head can lights or something on each part of it. That was weird. So let's do a vote. What do you guys think? With or without? I'm kind of leaning toward without. Oddly enough. I think it'll be fine. Let's check out these solar panels too. It's a little dark, but I'm looking to see if they appear to be clipping into any of the other parts. I want to make sure that they have clearance. I'm also checking, like, are we happy with the high angle on them? My thought process with the angle is that if we're directly facing the sun, like sideways, at least 4 solar panels are fully exposed to the sun at any time. If we're facing it forward, we've got most, it'll be partial exposure. It's not perfect, but we've got most of it. And then if we're offset, we've got partial exposure on the extra 2 in the back, plus full exposure on the 2 in the front. You think nay on the lights too? Yeah, I think so too. So back into the VAB with this thing. I don't expect to run into that bug again. We could go a different way with the solar panels too, but since we're going to dock to the middle of it, I think it's fine for them to extend downward and upward. I don't foresee any issues there. I think that these are out. These are out. I like those lights. I like these lights. One other thing that I do want, though, is some pretty bright lights down here that'll just kind of give us a bit of an indicator on where the docking port is. So I want 3 lights that are red, and I want 1 light that isn't red. Doesn't matter what it is. Blue, green, purple. Anything but red. And I don't know which one to go with. Let's do these guys. So I want angle snap and 2-way symmetry on those ones. Angle snap but no symmetry on this one and this one. That went on a little funky, didn't it? I may end up just having to move them into place, but I want them at the same angle, so I've tried to attach them all at the exact same spot. Yeah, screw it, I'm gonna end up having to manually put them where I want them. Oh, I didn't disable symmetry for the second one. I'd used the hotkeys, so I didn't even think to look down here and make sure that it was actually disabled properly. Maybe I just want them flush. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for them to point downward, so we'll do... I don't know, I feel like that one was going on at an angle anyway. Apparently this is a weird part to attach things to. Okay, so these ones should all be red. This one green. God dang it. there. And then the hope is that as we're approaching, when we're far away, if we can only see the little red lights at the base of it, then we know that we're coming toward the farm or the habitat and not the docking port. And then if we can see the green one, hopefully we'll have some indicator of where our actual target's going to be. Oh yeah, for like a plane. So the other thing, I don't want to move them, but I do want to make a copy of them. The other thing that I was thinking with the solar panels is just down here somewhere. Straight out. But I don't think that's going to be as safe as having them all the way at the end, and I don't think that it's going to be as effective as having them all the way out at the end, or even the ones in the back. Oh, you're right, ships too, yeah. Okay, so now that we don't have the spotlights, let's take a look at it. Those little lights might not be powerful enough. I put them up to 100% power. They default at 50 brightness. But for all I know, they're too bright. I don't know. Make it look like a disco ball or something. There was a streamer, I think his name went by Rocket Guy. I can't remember. It's definitely Rocket something, because it was very similar to our buddy Rocketology before he changed his name. Oh, I like it. I think I like it. Yeah, I think they might be bright enough. But he would go and design a bunch of stuff that had like every color you could think of all over the place, and they looked really cool. Purples and reds and blues, just all kinds of stuff all over it. Really neat looking designs. I kind of like it. I'm going to do the same thing with the lighting up on the top, and then we're good to go. Now we gotta start trying to figure out how the hell to get this monster into space. We also need to enable our, what do you call it, auto strips. But it didn't seem wobbly or anything. These have a larger surface around them, so I don't think I'm going to increase their brightness. Yeah, I think I like it. Now I'm also debating whether or not to just put a docking port down here so that we can move a maneuvering stage in and deorbit it easily later without having to use like a claw. I think it's smart. To just, you know, anticipate the eventuality that maybe this thing will have an issue that will require for us to have to take her down. So we have our 20,000 electric charge. We have enough food for 65 people to stay up here for 7 days. Oh shit, actually I'm low on food too then. We do have 15 extra seats. So we could save a little bit of weight and get rid of some stuff. And did we ever reach any kind of consensus on, I mean, I know I've already added the lights and everything, but I wonder if these docking ports shouldn't go where the farms are, on the end of the farms, and then these farms just on the end of the habitats there. We gotta take a station behind the barn, yep. I don't know, I kind of enjoy deorbiting stations in this game. It's really actually quite fun to watch. I saw one of the coolest ones that I've seen, wasn't one that I did. Enraged Ares had taken down this huge space dock that he built. And it was incredible how much of it survived re-entry because it had so much surface area. Even with all the heat that it experienced and the very steep re-entry, it lost speed so fast that a lot of it survived, and it looked fucking amazing. Just all the flames everywhere. How many seats do I have in this thing? Doesn't say. Because now I'm debating going back to symmetry. So all I'm thinking about is that, which would take us down to 56 seats, and add an additional recycler. I don't know if the additional recycler really does a whole lot, but I think it might look better than the break in symmetry, and it's definitely adequate. Like, that is enough spots for everybody, so this is totally an unnecessary addition. I think I might like this more. With the docking ports here and here connected to the farm. So you would dock up to the station, you would walk through the hydroponic farm to reach the center of it. You would only do that when you were coming in or when you were leaving. Outside of that, you would be commuting back and forth between your inflatable habitat module to your workstation, or if you were one of the farmers, out to your little farm there. So it keeps everything nice and central, very few wasted steps. I think it makes sense. I think it makes a little bit less sense for a ship to dock to one of the habitats, though. It's the only reason that I hesitate with it. I'm gonna have to redo the lighting, but it's super simple. We've already got green lights on here and here. So the red light on this side can go, and the green light that we previously had in this direction. Oh no, I'm tripping. I'm about to do it wrong. Because we just put them back on in symmetry. I was about to have a green light to tell people to dock there and there. That would be bad. So this should be our oddball red one that we don't need anymore. These are the ones that we want to keep. These are the two that now need to go over here. Yeah, I think it looks better in symmetry. Then the only question is, do the blimps stay in between the two laboratories, or do they go on the other side of the recyclers? I think it makes sense for them to be in between the blimp. But you do create cross-flow of traffic for people that are coming out to these and to this through the habitat, which might be a problem. I think it's fine. because you're gonna have your own little cubby, you know, out in the sides there. So that takes us down to only 24 days worth of food. We're gonna have our resupply missions built into our tourist missions. I've already covered up the 1 can, but I think I'm just gonna add another can. Because fertilizer is nice and all, but fertilizer really doesn't do what we need it to do. With it only having 2 farms, and then 2 of the little tiny farms on this side, so 4 altogether, but only 2 big ones and then these ones. I think that's only actually going to grow enough food to support like maybe 4 of the people that are going to live on this thing. And we're going to have 16 of them living there, plus passengers that are coming in to visit. So, rather than using this tank that I've covered up, I believe that we have an alternative that'll work out a little bit better. I'm gonna get rid of that life support can, rather than just do a stack of cans. And I think in logistics, let me add one of those just for comparison. So this can hold 4,500 supplies. This can hold 4,500 of whatever, I think. And I'm pretty sure one of our options should be food. Supplies. Okay, so both of these can hold the same amount. Do I have the larger versions? Shit. I don't, but I don't think it's worth waiting to get them. I wonder if I can fit more in one of these cans. Nice, I love tacos. GG guys, we're having tacos. Actually, I think this might have a different kind of inventory. Frick. Yeah. So that's not gonna work. That's a storage can. We're gonna use these later to pack up and unpack our bases. I may be able to go with a toroidal tank for food storage, but I'm not sure. Nope. We've gone full circle back to gases, so that won't work. I don't know, it might just be the cans that I didn't want to use. Because I think these are going to have the same options. Well, we did find another monoprop can that we can go with if we ever need one. One real big one. So it's just these guys. Bummer. Total bummer. Well, all in all though, I think that these, without the, all that extra stuff on the outside, I think they look better. Wouldn't want metallic ore, would we? See, if I had way more farms on this, then I would totally only bring up fertilizer, but since we don't have enough, it's gonna have to be finished supplies. That'll give us 32 days with the farms, but I'm more concentrating on that number. I need that far higher. I might be fucked unless I add more farms. Like that. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do 50 days worth or more though. $17 days is just not gonna cut it. I want to take a look at these. Are these crew passable tanks? It looks like they may actually have a hallway in the middle of them, but I can't really tell. It's definitely not obvious if they are. So I wouldn't want to put them there. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for me to have them in between these. It's got to go on the bottom there. I guess I could scatter them around in here too. Put them in between these two parts. That would widen our gap, and I kind of like how snug that all fits. Yeah, because this isn't tweakable or anything. I could go for a hub and point them outward. It's really going to increase the size of the bottom part, though, as far as parts and everything. We're only at 76 parts, though, so we're doing pretty good. So what I was thinking... wrong thing. Probably an undersized hub. Oh my god. Instead of looking at the actual symbol, I'm just clicking where the tab should be. Like a dummy. That gets us up to 66 days. So we would have 2 in-game months before we would have to come up and resupply this. And then I'll probably throw an adapter or something on the end of those. I think I might go back to the flush adapter. I'm wondering if I'm still going to have adequate clearance for the solar panels, though. I'm going to go back to the flush adapter because I don't think it has a window, and if it does, I think we can hide it. I don't think it makes much sense to have a window that looks down at a tank. And I'm a little nervous about the solar panels, but as long as they clear, it's fine. We are up to 118 tons. This is gonna be a joy. Come here. Why can I not click you? Oh, because it's been the goddamn move tool again. That's twice today that I've done that. I could put the battery on the end of these. I've kind of canceled our ability to actually access this, so I think I'm just going to cover it up. I'm going to want the opposite of what I've just done, though. The battery's here. Now you would never even know it's a service bay. I don't know, I may just leave the cans exposed. It doesn't make any sense to have a docking port on there since can't really tell if that's a crew tube or not in the middle of it. And I don't know, I can't think of any other kind of like end cap type thing I would throw on there. Structural disc, what the hell is that? Okay, I don't know what that's for. That was added by Warp plugin. Weird. Oh wow, it's got a bunch of different color options. It's got... Okay, what? Hold on. This needs to be fiddled with. Gray tread, black metal. I saw camouflage in there. Silver metal. Oh my god, green screen. Aqua, blue, orange, purple, red, yellow, white, black, carbon fiber, camo. Interesting. What a weird part. Oh, and what was the other option there? Shape, disc, concave, like a lens. Triangles, pentagons, hexagons, octagons. Interesting. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but kinda neat. I've had that mod installed for a long time, I've never noticed. We don't need a heat shield for an inflatable ground hanger. Should I just leave them? I think I'm just gonna leave them. Alright, so are these gonna clip? I'm gonna make a save real quick. Extend these, just in case I fuck up their orientation. Looking good. Plenty of room. The tanks will block them a little bit. So the bottom set won't be as efficient or effective as the top set, but I think it's fine. Retract. Okay. I'm gonna move the antenna up just a little bit, and then I think I'm finished tinkering around with this, and I'm really hoping that these antennas aren't gonna fall off. Because we could do a couple of fairings, but it's gonna be tricky. Now for the launch, even though we're gonna launch the inflatables inflated, which is silly, I am gonna go ahead and close these doors. I've already added them to the action group. And I believe that I got all of these in for the habitat, but I may not have the last 4 that I added, so let's go over to Action Group 0. Double check. Last time I totally missed a couple of things. There we go. Missed a couple here too. Start agroponics. Rest of it looks just fine. Don't see anything that I missed. So what do we think? Do we like our station? Or does it look like refried shit? It looks freaking huge. Final weight, 120 tons. Which isn't that bad, honestly, for what we've done here. So let's start trying to get this damn thing into space. we know that we want a final maneuvering stage on the bottom. And I think I'm going to use several different types of cans to lead fuel lines into this one. So I won't really have an accurate idea of how much fuel I need in it until we do some test flights. Let's go with an SSTU tank there, with a docking port on the top. And I think I'm going to integrate our subassembly that we made yesterday for the probe core, because this will actually be a drone. This will have to be able to control itself independently. So that just adds an Octo 2 probe core. Then it's got an SSTU probe core because they're a little bit smarter. It's got a couple of reaction wheels built into it. It's got its own Kerbal Engineer chip and its own Omni antenna. One thing that it doesn't have is an updated version of the power storage. This will only have a capacitor, but I think that'll be fine because like this whole thing's gonna be disposable anyway. So outside of that, it will need some solar panels. I don't have any freaking clue which ones to go with, though. Okay, those are a little excessive, I think. I think these are more reasonable. I'm gonna go with 6 of them. Move them in nice and tight. You know, I think I'm actually gonna put a static tank there. Something other than the SSTU tank, because I'm just gonna end up repositioning those repeatedly later on. So let's grab just a squad tank, because I think it'll be the right height. This one. And then beneath that, we'll go with the SST tank so that we can still have the ability to go into, you know, many different variations. Because obviously this is not going to be enough oomph. So I'm also looking at good places to attach to. And what I was originally thinking is a side stack here and opposite, so underneath the two habitat parts, and then for our main lifter, 4 radially attached to the university. And then I'm going to have to figure out a way to feed fuel down the sides of this and into the center stack. Or we could just try to build it all on the bottom, but I think that's going to be a fucking nightmare. So the second challenge is I don't really have any good way to attach them. I'm kind of thinking I might attach them to those food cans. Because the problem is, if I use a decoupler, so if we just had any old decoupler, go for a big one for illustration purposes, the little arrow indicates which part it's going to disconnect from. So if I were to use this decoupler, I wouldn't leave anything on the ship. If I use a radial decoupler, any of these, then there's the little latch part, the little bottom part of it, actually stays attached to the ship, and it's really hard for me to make those look good after separation. It just looks like a bunch of random ass dots. So in the past, we've done a couple of different things about it, like mostly engineers send an engineer out and tear the piece apart, make a lot of quick saves, so in case you right click on the wrong fucking thing, and That does kind of work, but it is kind of a pain in the ass, too. I think I might just go for decouplers. Downside to decouplers is I have to build all of these independently. And it still doesn't solve the issue of how to attach the other tanks. I mean, we could be tricky about it. I can think of several ways to be tricky about it. Yeah, I think what I'll end up doing is standoffs to another tank that's in the middle there. I think that might work. Okay, so... Oh, damn it. We are out of time. Deb just pulled up, and she got food. What I'm thinking here, though, if I can radially attach these, and it appears that I can... Use another tank for a standoff in there. Use our standard separation rockets. And kind of build this out into multi-layered lifters with the final main stack a little bit further out so that it clears. And do that in all 4 directions. So I'd build one at a time and then make copies of them. And then another standoff down here that would lead out to just a small holding tank so that a fuel line can go from there to the holding tank to the top of the center tank. And I am still thinking that we're going to need some actual heavy lifters, but we could probably put them on the sides of this. I think that'll be fine. Welcome back, Arctic. You caught me right at the end, though. Jeb just pulled up, and she's got dinner, so I gotta head on out. But I think we made a hell of a lot of progress, and we took a look at a completely other game for quite a while today. And we'll just pick up on this where we left off tomorrow. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and update the save, and we'll just leave everything as is for now. And I'm going to find somebody to throw a host at, and I'm going to go have dinner. So thank you guys very much for hanging out with me again. Great to see you guys. It looks like things picked up quite a bit after we stopped playing Simple Rockets for some reason. Well, we'll be coming back to Simple Rockets in the future for sure. I think it was pretty good. Just a little rough. Just took a break? Oh no. Well, it's good to at least be able to tell you to have a good night. You have a great night, Geisha. And thank you again for the raid today and for hanging out. And I hope the work is going well. What do you guys think about going to see our good old buddy, Mr. Car 6? I think it doesn't matter what you think, because we're going to. So I'm going to throw a couple of links out for Mr. Car 6. What the hell happened to my shout link? My shout command. Oh, I didn't do it right. That's what happened. It's alright, plenty of time. Let's get a commercial. There we go. So go ahead and click the link, otherwise a button will show up over your chat after I initiate the host, and that's who we're going to hang out with for the rest of the night. He's doing really good today. He's playing some Dauntless with viewers. And really cool guy. Definitely check out the giveaways that he's doing, and he also plays Stream Raiders, so be sure to ask him about Stream Raiders. I'm going to probably go and eat dinner, and then I'll be back, and we'll hang out. Alrighty guys, have a good night. Enjoy Car 6's stream. And I'll see you tomorrow. And hold on. Let me finish this.